I'll give you the thumbs up once it starts.
Well, as long as I can see your thumb.
You're good.
The House will please come to order. The Committee of the Whole will please come to order. So, ladies of the House, ladies and gentlemen of the House, we're going to continue our work in Committee of the Whole. Some of you will note there'll be fewer members on our screen right now because the Joint Appropriations continues to meet. And this is not uncommon in that oftentimes when they have a lot of re-referrals, they continue to work for a few minutes, and we certainly have more than a quorum of the members here, so we'll continue our work. So thank you very much for being timely, and we'll continue with our business. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 27. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 27, sponsored by Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions. Business Code Revisions, an act relating to businesses. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom was referred House Bill 27, Business Code Revisions, respectfully reports same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Blackburn, Clausen, Clifford, Duncan, Ayer, Hunt, McGuire, Roscoe, Zawannitzer.
Thank you, Chief Clerk. You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure? Chairman Zawannitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move when the Committee of the Whole rise to report it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 27 do pass. There are no standing committee amendments. And as the new chairman of your Corporations Committee, my committee was more than happy to let me floor manage the bill today. So I'd be happy to present the bill, Business Code Revisions, House Bill 27. Knowing that it is after lunch, instead of going through all 32 pages, let me walk you through conceptually and then see if there are questions. Mr. Speaker and members of the body, 2 major reasons for the bill, just so we're on the same page. First, this is what we call a cleanup bill. So as technology changes and the marketplace changes, we update our statutes to keep up with the times. Second, this makes necessary statutory changes to comply with the governor's 10% budget cut reduction. And the Secretary of State's office was already at the bone with no fluff. And so we actually are going through and modifying their statutes in order for them to meet their 10% cost reductions that the governor has put forth for all state entities. So because I don't want to read all 32 pages to you, let me give you the 5-minute overview and then answer any questions. First, let me just kind of state there are 5 broad conceptual areas to the bill. So I'll just go through them ordinarily, conceptually. So first, the bill gives rulemaking authority. The Secretary of State's office gets rules and regs authority. If you look on page 2 over the Limited Partnership Act, over the Uniform Limited Partnership Act on page 4, the Trades Name Regulation on page 4 and 5. They have this in multiple other areas, nothing weird going on. We're just giving them rule and reg authority. Second, we are allowing reinstatement of foreign nonprofit corporations if they get revoked by the Secretary of State. So 8 years ago, when I was in corporations, this body made a policy shift, allowing corporations to be able to be reinstated within 2 years based on some parameters and paying their dues. When we did that, we included domestic nonprofits, but the world's changed in 8 years, and now we have foreign nonprofits, and so that may wish to be reinstated. And so we are just updating the necessary statutory language in line with all of our other business entities to be able to do this. You'll find that on page 2 of your bill. Simple fix, other states do it. We're just standardizing it across the board. Third, conceptually, what this bill does, remember there are 5. And this is a little bit new, but nothing nefarious. This allows refusal from the Secretary of State's office to file, to refuse records that come in without the required information. So they no longer have to accept half-done filings or junk filings. Sometimes there might be some nefarious things going on. And so they can reject filings, but what we have done is they have to go through a formal process of explaining why it's being rejected within 15 days and give them some statutory protections to people who have filed on why they're being rejected and allowing them to refile with proper parameters. So That's what most of this bill is actually about. It goes through all of our business entities, trade names on page 5, limited partnerships on page 7, nonprofits on page 12, the Uniform Partnership Act on page 16, limited liability partners on 18, unincorporated nonprofit associations, statutory trusts on page 21, limited liability companies on page 26, and statutory foundations on page 30. If you look at the similar language that goes through all of our business entities, this is how you get a 32-page bill. So the refusal aspect is permeated throughout all 32 pages. Fourth, quick one, but important. If you look at page 21 and page 22, we're preventing what they call conversions. To quickly explain this, it's where an entity files one type of corporation for a cheaper fee, and then they convert to another type of corporation and get around paying the fee, which would normally be required for filing as a separate type of entity. It saves them money, but it costs us, the state of Wyoming, money. So we're putting in a conversion fee, which is the difference in the fee they would have paid if they'd filed their original corporation or entity from what they're asking, and prevent some of them playing games and costing the state of Wyoming money. And then fifth, this is really the 10% budget reduction for the Secretary of State's office to meet their 10% cut. And it almost all deals with taking out hard copy mailings and converting that to email. So going through, the Secretary of State's office mails out about 160,000 letters a year, roughly around $85,000 to do all these mailings. And so really for the past 5 years, since we've gone heavily into electronic filing, most all entities are giving their email addresses. We actually inquired with the Secretary of State, and out of 250,000 business filings, they found 113, which don't have email addresses on file. So roughly 1 out of every 5,000 or so. And I'm sure if a problem occurred and we've talked to them with one of these 100 entities that are left without an email, they would call them personally and do the contact information on file. So because we have allowed so many electronic filings now and use email for everything, you'll see these changes are mostly on pages 22 through 26, that you can not only convert their information on emailing instead of hard copying, we're also allowing service of process throughout the bill. When we're talking about refusal, we're going through those same statutes and doing an updated service of process. So I think I counted 35 times in the bill. You'll see that language about doing an electronic notification of service of process. The bill's effective July 1st. I did talk about trying to move it up to save the state some money, but by the time they do their notifications, required system enhancements, and get stuff changed over, it really is going to be July 1st. And so that will allow them to meet their 10% cut. And I'd be happy to answer any specific questions on the bill, Mr. Chairman, if there are any.
Thank you, Chairman Zwanitzer. Chairman Olson, question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the good chairman. Okay, so with this concept that you're expanding on service by email, and I'm just looking at I'm looking at page 23, where the ability of the Secretary of State to use this type of service kicks in if the registered agent doesn't exist. There is no registered agent, excuse me, or the agent cannot with reasonable diligence be served. And so my question for the good chairman is, the whole purpose of the registered agent, as I understand it, is because we want that physical presence in the state to be, so we can serve the company if there is a legal process that needs to occur. So if we allow for this workaround, if you will, for lack of a better terminology, if we allow for the workaround where the Secretary's office will now serve by email, will we hurt ourselves on a diligent follow-up on whether those agents are physically located? If that question makes sense, it's really, if the whole idea is to make sure that the registered agent is really here, and then we start serving by email, are we going to follow up and make sure that we have real offices and they're not just putting, false addresses down, I guess is my question for the good chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chairman Wanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the good chairman. I think the short answer is yes, we are going, when I say we, the Secretary of State's office will do all their due diligence. Right now, how it works, as I'm sure you know, they would send out notices 60 days in advance, 30 days. If those emails bounce back or something, they would certainly investigate. They can also send return receipt requested with that email to ensure it gets read. So there are some protections in place. So I think I answered the question. Is there are some legitimate protections in place to ensure people are getting those emails, communication is going out properly, and if something happened, the emails bounce back, they would follow up, depending if they have a registered agent or whose name is on file, right? Remember, all of these corporations have to have an actual person that can be contacted any time, and their phone number and information has to be held by the Secretary of State's office. So if things got bounced back or the emails didn't go through, there would be other ways to follow up.
Thank you, Chairman. Further question, Chairman Olson?
Mr. Speaker, if I may, just as a quick follow-up, not to belabor the point, but so I guess I'm more interested in the opposite scenario where we try to serve this company physically and we can't. So then we say, and by we, I'm sorry, I mean the Secretary's office. So then the Secretary's office says, that's okay, because we can just serve them by email now. And so then they get into this habit of serving by email when the whole purpose of the rule was to make sure that you had a physical office or person here in the state. So we can say, okay, that's who we serve when the company's here. And I'm just wondering if that could fundamentally change the policy. At the end of the day, if the bulk of services now gets done through email, then does the state really care that the registered agent is physically in the state anymore? And couldn't your agent be anywhere in the world as long as they provided an active, verifiable email address to the Secretary's office? Would we care if they were located in the state anymore? And I guess that's kind of where I'm going, is where it might take us, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Testimony that we had heard in committee was basically that this was just the cost saving measure. This is just the renewals, the receipts as such. This isn't the initial beginning to make sure and ensure that they are here in the state of Wyoming. This was a cost savings measure of the multiple mailers, et cetera. So this is the second or third tier down rather than the initial making sure that they're here.
Thank you. Further discussion? Further discussion on House Bill 27. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. So my only question to whomever, was there any concern the blockchain mother LLC on the filing, and then the unlimited children LLCs, was there any, I guess I'm worried, does any of this have a negative effect on what we were trying to accomplish there in the committee's opinion from testimony they heard?
We'll go Chairman Zwanitzer, and then I have Representative Ottman with their hand up. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The short and easy answer is no. I believe Representative Sweeney is talking about series LLCs with the parent, and the parent would still be then responsible to be the main point of contact and to have an email address on file. And I would almost bet everything that any series LLC certainly has an email address on file and is easy to locate. We've just started that within the past 2 or 3 years since the new technology. So no cause to be worried about series LLCs in this case.
Thank you. Representative Ottman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering, I know these committees have met and do such due diligence to make things in very good shape. But I was wondering if I could just understand a bit better about while it's a cleanup bill, why, or how I should say, generally amending businesses trade and commerce statute. So we're amending and establishing reinstatement processes for foreign corporations. And I was just wondering if you could explain that a little bit more to me and how that works through the Secretary of State's office. And if the Secretary of State is normally in charge of all these things and we're just cleaning up their job description, or if we're creating statute, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a long necessary explanation, but nothing too out of normal routine here. As again in concept 2 that I mentioned, we already have domestic nonprofits. And so what we're talking about is if a business entity doesn't file their annual report, doesn't pay their continued fee, they basically, we revoke them. About 8 years ago, under Speaker Brown, a new policy was instated that these companies would have 2 years, a 2-year window before their trade name or their LLC could be given to somebody else, right? Some of these are long-standing business entities that have been around 100 years, and if they don't pay their required fees, that name would go up for market and someone could buy someone else, and there's a lot of hurt feelings. So now we have a 2-year window that if you get revoked, you can pay your back fees, file your requisite paperwork, and be reinstated. We have these across the board, including for domestic nonprofits, which are those in Wyoming. What that portion of the bill says, if you're a foreign from another state or a foreign country, we just didn't have a lot of foreign nonprofits in Wyoming 8 years ago, but with the way of the world, and we're recruiting all sorts of business entities to file in Wyoming. It's been historically for new members the past 4 or 6 years, Wyoming gets over $50 million a biennium in these business filings, and people get to choose between us or Delaware or Nevada, are really the top 3, and so it's a competitive marketplace. So as we're trying to always attract these business entities, we're always trying to keep our laws to be as business friendly as possible, but also not fraud friendly. And your Secretary of State's office, for as small as they are in personnel, oversees and controls a huge amount of capital and resources in every business type of entity in the state, right? We are the home, we started the LLC in Wyoming. It's a great story for another time, but I hope that kind of gave you a background, but certainly the Secretary of State's office oversees all these things. A lot of it is electronic now in the past 5 years. This was just something that wasn't really an issue 8 years ago. We had briefly talked about it, so there are no foreign nonprofits in Wyoming, but now there are, and if they get revoked, we need a way to reinstate them.
Thank you. Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To elaborate a little bit further on our chairman of corporations, it's also my understanding that a domestic is in the state of Wyoming and foreign is out of the state of Wyoming. So it's not necessarily international, but it's out of state. So that might be confusing some people that when we're talking foreign, we're thinking, another country, but it's not necessarily, it's an out of state. And then Secretary of State's office is where all businesses have to register that they are an entity within the state. So if you have a new business locally or internationally, or even a huge corporation or a small mom and pop, you have to register with the Secretary of State. So that's why this is so big, and that's why all of this registration and all of that is in this bill. And it's because every business has to register with the Secretary of State.
Thank you. Further discussion? Further discussion on House Bill 27. Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of Chairman Zwanitz's motion that the Committee of the Whole rises to report, you do so with the recommendation that House Bill 27 do pass. Please raise your hand to the screen. Thank you. All those opposed, raise your hand. Thank you. House Bill 27 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 34. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 34, sponsored by Judiciary. Youthful Offender Program Amendments. This bill was referred to Committee Number 1, Committee Number 1, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Crago, Larson, Dan, Oakley, Olson, Provenza, Williams, Washut, Yin, Zwanitzer, Chairman Olson, Representative Olson, Chairman.
Thank you. You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure? Chairman Olson.
Mr. Speaker, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Bill number 34 do pass. And this one came out clean of our committee, but I'm going to turn over the explanation of this bill, Mr. Speaker, to the good prosecutor from that county that is free, nearest to the center of the state.
So we have another freshman legislator presenting a bill, I believe.
Yes,
Representative Oakley.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Oakley, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make sure that I can be heard.
You loud and clear. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. I bring to you House Bill 34 and ask for your favorable consideration. I will give an overview of the bill, what it does, and then I'll walk through it page by page, which shouldn't take long. It's only about 4 pages. House Bill 34 authorizes some restructuring of the Youthful Offender Program under the agency that oversees Wyoming inmates. For your recognition, the Youthful Offender Program has been known as the boot camp. The restructure, if you will, happens in a few ways. A slight change to the name, a change in emphases, and I would say additional really, in that in addition to the physical aspect and component that's been focused on, this will also add emphasis on programming and education, as well as some changes to the location where these programs are held. So as I said, there's a change to the name of the program. That includes the additional word of transition. So it would now be the Youthful Offender Transition Program. Further, it authorizes the age to 30. It's currently restricted to the age of 25. So this is to be more inclusive, since the focus is rehabilitation. The idea, hopefully, is not to exclude younger inmates that could benefit from this type of reform and programming, the whole point of this program. And it also adds authorization for peer specialists. This is completely new, so there's a new definition. And what it does is authorizes certification and the use of, they would be handpicked and selected inmates to take part in the program, assisting the younger inmates, with some of the program's schoolwork, education, leading the groups, etc. So with that, I will go over the bill. Again, I don't think it should take too long. Page 1, again, you'll see the bill title, which basically, the goes over the changes that I just outlined, and then has some conforming language. Page 2, lines 7 through 11 is, again, adding and defining that peer specialist. So you see that it adds where long-term inmates who've completed certified training, and there's, a program to have them complete and go through all of that. So they're in a good position to do. They've also been selected specifically by the agency. And it's to provide positive guided peer support for the younger offenders. Lines 22 and 23 that adds that the sentencing court would recommend placement. Page 3, I think the only additions you really see there are, again, that word transition is added, since that's now would be the renamed name of the program. Page 4, lines 4 through 7, add language in regards to the ability to conform to the specific requirements of the program in compliance with the ADA. Lines 13 and 14 basically make it so that those peer specialists would be able to be around the younger offenders, because there is a specific that the younger inmates in these programs are not around older, the general population. So that would allow the peer specialists to be around them. In lines 16 through 18 on page 4, again, you'll see what I discussed in that change in emphases. So where before you could see it says focused on work and physical activity. What this does is, as I said, adds that it's going to be structured programming and education in addition to that. And again, in line 22 of that adds the word transition. And of course, finally, page 5, line 6 adds the effective date, which would be July 1 of 2021. And finally, something I think that's very important for Wyoming in this time, and certainly is of legislators' concern, is the fiscal impact. And it's been estimated that these changes can be done with no additional costs. And of course, with the hope that better rehabilitative efforts end in cost savings to the good people of Wyoming. And finally, there was another big benefit that we discussed that you don't see in the bill language or the bill draft itself. And that is the youthful offender program has been, up until now, has been physically held and housed in the Newcastle facility. And as planned, that would no longer be the case. The program would be held in Rawlins for the men and Lusk for the women. And the effect that this has is that the facility in Newcastle would be opened up and available. And the plan is to increase capacity for substance abuse treatment for women at that facility, which is currently a bottleneck on an important program. So there's multiple aspects of benefit to this. And so with that, ladies and gentlemen of the 66th, I urge your favorable consideration on House Bill 34, and I stand for questions.
Thank you very much, Representative Oakley. Well done. First be Minority Floor Leader Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, a warm welcome to a new representative from District 55. I've got some specific questions about the peer specialists. So one of them to start with is the definition has them been long-term inmates. And I'm curious about this as being part of the boot camp program, which is a per se short-term program. So I have just a kind of specific question about that. But also, I am concerned honestly about peer specialists in general and about their role in our prison system. In some places, they are trustees. Honestly, they are given the ability to punish other inmates, things along those lines, that they have been used instead of hiring practitioners. And so I'm curious if you could talk a little bit more about the discussion in committee about the use of these kind of pure specialists and also the meaning behind long-term. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll let another couple of questions come to the fore. And because this is a relatively this committee. A lot of them are new members to the legislature, and a lot of them are new members, of course, to this committee. We may not get all of our questions answered today, but hopefully there'll be some follow-up. I think Representative Washut might be the sole returning member, so he might have to step up a little bit. But we'll start with next is Majority Floor Leader Summers, followed by Representative Haroldson, and then to the chairman. Representative Summers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and thank you to the good committee that brought this bill. My question is just from serving on appropriations. I see we're raising the age, which means we raise the population that could be in this program. And so my question is, would then Department of Corrections just prioritize this population to fit the pot of money? Or in fact, will it eventually cost more money? I realize in the long term, it's hoped that reduced recidivism will be a reduction in the population, the whole population. But before you get to that, how do you take care of more people eligible, and where will that money come from, or how will those people be prioritized in that program? Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. For the audience on YouTube, we are considering House Bill 34 on general file, Committee of the Whole. Let's actually give the chairman just a chance to address a couple of those, Representative Haroldson, and then we'll come directly to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'll take the second question first from the good Majority Floor Leader because it's a little easier. So the costs for this, number one, there is no fiscal note, and the reason there is no cost to it is because it's an existing program funded by the department that houses our inmates, and so it's an existing program. Actually, the reverse is what's going to happen because we're closing an entire facility that's up in the northeast corner of the state, and so there won't be facility costs, upkeep costs, long-term maintenance costs, and things like that for the facility. But so long-term, and I think the good Majority Floor Leader understands that, at least in his question, that long-term, there's probably a recapture here that's obvious from the closure of the facility, and then with the hope of lowering recidivism rates. But I want to address his question specifically on the short term. So on the short term, here's what you have to take into consideration is how this program was being used. In housing, because of the design of the facility and the history of the facility, in the northeast corner of the state, this facility only housed male members who were placed in the program. Females were still placed in the program, but they were being housed outside of Wyoming. And that's the key when it comes to savings, because the state of Wyoming was spending nearly $400,000 per month in out-of-state placements. Not all of those were offenders for this program, of course. It was much broader and included males in a state as well. But the female portion of that was being housed out of state was a tremendous cost to the state of Wyoming. And so that's going away because it's more expensive to house inmates outside of the state than it is in the state. And we're already paying for the beds because the beds already exist. So now we're moving the females to Lusk, which is already a facility where they're housed, other offenders are housed. So they're already going to be there. Now we're just providing them the program, which is the counseling, the therapy, the structure while they're there. So there's no added cost because they're already being housed. It's just a change in program. And like I said, ultimately what it is when you close down an entire facility, there's a pretty tremendous savings. The existing recidivism rates for the boot camp program are somewhere between 40 and 48% success rate, which the director admits is not a good number. It's one of the reasons why he has a great vision. He's got a lot of energy as he's a brand new director. For those of you that aren't familiar, he's taking over, and he believes that with the introduction of therapy, less focus on physicality and discipline and more focus on, that is still a part of it, but more focus on the therapy and the counseling aspects and the training aspects, you're going to see that those recidivism rates change, which is his long-term goal. On the second question, so I don't talk too much on the peer specialists, I think this is a right place to be concerned, because as the minority floor leader pointed out, it's exactly what you're doing is taking an inmate and asking them to participate in your program. Yes, they're long-term inmates, and those people being placed in this program are short-term, generally inmates. They're getting a sentence reduction to participate in this. We're taking long-term inmates because they're people that are, I guess, as the minority floor leader defined them, trustees. So these are your more higher level trusted individuals. But the key is that they're going to get training. There's zero existing now. It will take about 6 months to get through the certification process. The certification, I think, is really a win-win, because now you're not only benefiting the lives of inmates who are working with the peer specialists, but you're benefiting the life of the peer specialists because you're providing them a training as well. And some of those trainings very well could come from your community colleges. It will depend on, it's a certification through the American, through the ACC. And so it will depend on where they take how they bring those courses in, but you could see multiple folds here where it's benefiting multiple lives of inmates. Plus we may be able to use community colleges. Again, that's not certain on how those courses will come to the inmates, but I think there's a lot of benefit to using the peer specialists in this particular program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hopefully I answered those questions.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to take a couple more questions, and I see Representative Oakley and Representative Washut standing by. So Representative Haroldson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple of the questions have already been answered, but I guess the main one I do have would be, if we're shutting down a facility, what does that impact that community of Newcastle in the realm of jobs and the kind of the workforce there? Has that been addressed and thought through?
Thank you, Representative. Representative Oakley, we'll give you a shot, and then we'll go to Representative Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was kind of, I guess, standing by. I don't want to belabor or repeat anything that the chair has said, but I guess I would quickly like to address something that the good representative from District 20 talked about increased costs. And I think one of the things that's really important to keep in mind about this entire program is that upon successful completion, it's a reduction of sentence. So presumably, if, increasing the age, for example, so that those, 26, 25, 26 through 30-year-olds, if they can successfully complete, then they go to probation and are no longer have an imposed sentence. I think in doing that, this reduction of sentence should lead to much less lengthy terms of incarceration. And I know that a lot of times we do find those, that mid-20, late 20 range can still benefit from such a thing. I know recently we had a case where we said, it's too bad that this offender doesn't qualify for the program. And instead, so sentence was simply imposed and there's no option. So I would hope with the much, much shorter term of incarceration in that way, it doesn't increase the amount of crime or the offenders, but it gives more people an opportunity to go on probation and shorten that sentence and shorten that term of incarceration. So I would hope that that would then lead to cost savings, actually, truly, and not cost more money. And I guess to the good representative from District 13, I know there's going to be some discussion as far as the peer specialist, but when I look at it and as mentioned, they're talking about four peer specialists with each. And I think when you look at that, allowing the agency that oversees the Wyoming inmates that discretion and that flexibility to find that, those long-term inmates, that is what it calls for, but who've shown great strides, who really would be a great mentor. And also there is we were sent, this has been thought out, and this specifically says there will be no component of like a scared straight. It does not take place of any counseling, any treatment. It's an additional component of assistance. It doesn't have any of that where the long-term inmate is running the program, or what, if you will. And so again, there is some information on it about what they also have to, have had no major violations within years. There's a whole set of requirements on who they would pick. And again, it says assisting programs with participants with schoolwork, assisting to improve physical fitness, leading appropriate groups after training. So I think, again, it's assistance in that way. As far as the last question fielded, I think I would like to defer, if possible. Perhaps some longer standing people on the committee would like to address that.
Thank you, Representative Oakley. Representative Washut, Vice Chair Washut, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Oakley, I think, did a pretty commendable job for her first time presenting a bill, and I think we got most of this covered. Just a couple of quick additions. Number one, I think the committee was very favorably impressed with our new director from that department during his presentation. A lot of creativity and insight and enthusiasm for better service to the people of Wyoming going forward, and we were favorably impressed. Number two, the peer specialists can bring something to these programs that no PhD psychiatrist can, right? And that is the credibility of being someone who's come from the same environment as these young offenders. And so these peer specialists can be really, really valuable in helping these young folks choose a different path. And so as long as those peer specialists are properly supervised, carefully selected, I have no concerns whatsoever about this peer specialist concept. As far as the number of offenders being in the system, presently we are not having enough offenders. And so hopefully this change to 30 will give us some economy of scale in terms of increased numbers, which will make the program actually more efficient. Rather than having a lot of people and too few inmates assigned to a program. And lastly, I think that the number of people who come to the program is largely going to be determined by the judiciary at sentencing. And so that's going to be really the gatekeeper to the program, and that's beyond the department's control. I hope that answers everybody's questions.
Thank you, Representative Washut. So just a reminder to members to refer to each other by location or district number, or the fine gentlewoman or the fine gentleman or something, but not by name. Thank you. Representative Jennings and then Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So good to see some of my colleagues there, the former speaker. So I have a couple of questions. I think I asked these when I was on the committee. What are the success rates of the people, the difference between 25 and lower and 25 to 30? I don't know if that ever came forward. And then a second question. So as I recall this bill, we're including the female inmates from out of state. We're enlarging the class from 25 years to 30 years. We're adding peer specialists, and we're changing the program also. Was there any talk after I left judiciary about that this is too much change all at one time, that we're changing a whole bunch of things all at once? Was there any discussion to that?
Thank you, sir. Representative Haroldson, we'll get your question or comment, and then we'll go back to the committee. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just am going to ask the same question again, and that is, have we seen a kind of a feeling from that community as far as if we are really impacting the workforce or the job force in that area. What's the community feeling about losing this program? Obviously, smaller communities losing jobs is always a concern. And so just want to see an answer to that. Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder. Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So real quick on the peer specialists, I just want to give you kind of just a real easy list of what they really do. And that might help, I think, with some folks' thoughts and concerns regarding them. This is just an example of what they would be assigned. Assist program participants with schoolwork. Assist program participants to improve physical fitness. Assisting with program participants with substance use and disorder treatment. So things that they've personally gone through, treatment that they've already been through. Help them with reentry planning. Could very well be that this is an inmate who has re-entered society on different occasions. And then, they'll lead appropriate different small groups. So, I mean, we're talking about some of these things like helping with schoolwork and improving physical fitness. I mean, they're pretty low level concerns in terms of the interaction that they would have with them, but probably some really successful things would come from that. To answer the former member of Judiciary Committee's question, specifically, I don't have the answer on the comparison between the ages. I can certainly, I will certainly follow up with the director to see if I can get that. Just to reiterate maybe some of the numbers though, I know what it looks like as a whole. The success rate for the boot camp has been as low as 25% in 2011. It's been up in the 60s. The highest success rate completion for the program in any 1 year particular was 49%. The rate of success for those boot camp participants who were successfully discharged from supervision is higher than 65.7% back in 2008. So it ebbs and flows a lot, which I think is really the point. Going to the second part of the good representative's question, are there too many variables being changed? Well, I think the director of this program fully realizes that the rates aren't as good as they can be, and they're very all over the board. So I think that's the idea, is really changing it up. But again, think about the elements that are changing. It's really this is a physicality program. It's about physical fitness. It's about physical discipline. That's the existing program. That's basically all it is. Now you are introducing counseling, training, and therapy. That's the big change. That's the change. And then the second change is just the location of where they are. There's 64 beds. So you can continue to house the 64 beds. However, this legislature, if it chooses to do that, would need to build a second facility for females. And that facility could cost approximately $14 million. That's the estimate they have on the table. So you take 64 beds and you spread them out at the G unit in Rollins. That's where the males will go. And then the females will go to the existing beds in Lusk. So hopefully that helps with really not a lot of changes in there, but the idea is, let's turn the program around. And I have great faith in the director, and I think, some of the current members of appropriations could probably speak to some of the things that he has done with the budget thus far, and some really big changes that are really good for the state. And I think this is a big part of what he's doing. And I have a lot of confidence that it's going to come out well. So hopefully I hit all those questions. But, Mr. Chairman, the one question that the good representative has asked now twice about the community. So I'm sorry, I don't want to jump off without asking that and force him to ask it again. That testimony was not presented during my time on the committee, so I don't have the direct answer, but I've already sent the email to the director. So when I have an answer for you on existing staff, will get you that exact answer. One thing I can say that I do know from my time on appropriations is that the department applied for and received CARES Act funding for all personnel in the department for the year 2021. So existing personnel, they're funded, whether they are being transferred to different facilities or what, I don't have that answer yet, but I will follow up with the good representative and get that exact answer on what happens with those personnel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Oakley, and then Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess the only thing, I don't want to overstate my knowledge of it, but during the presentation, specifically regarding the good representative from District 4's question, it is not that that facility is going to close. In fact, they already have a plan in place very much to utilize it. Again, how that affects a change in personnel, I guess I'm not sure, but as I mentioned in the initial presentation, they're excited about having the opportunity to use that for ITU, which is intensive treatment unit for women. It's currently a very big bottleneck for women to be able to get substance abuse treatment, which is certainly a big issue for that agency. So there is certainly a plan to utilize that facility.
Thank you, Representative Ottman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also my colleague from the middle of the state. I just had a couple questions. One, well, comment first. One is the change from with the addition of transition program. I think that's very, very good. And I'm in favor of this. I think peer help is always commendable and very effective. But I had a couple questions. Again, with the refocus from just physical activity into more of a team effort, people, I think that's a good idea. What I was wondering about though, because I'm not familiar with the specifics, is the youthful offender program. If we're upping the age to 30, what is the minimum? I mean, who are the young that are being helped by this? And also, because I'm not familiar with it, are these two people, would they then be from the same facility? Or is there travel involved? The other thing is, if there's going to be a sentence that is reduced because of the good growth and participation by this mentor, are they still going to have to make up that length of their sentence with probation? So are they going to be under that guise for years for probation and all that brings? And the other thing I was wondering was about the facility in Newcastle, but you have answered that. So I thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Harrelson, another question.
Thank you, Speaker. First of all, I need to just say I love the idea of this program, and I've worked with this program as a pastor, and so I have nothing against the program, but I do believe that if we don't have a clear image of the number of people we're impacting with the moving or closing down of this facility for a relocation, then we need to really ask ourselves, have we looked enough to see the impact we're going to have on the community that we are removing from? And I think we owe the people that due diligence. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Harrelson. Representative Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if I understood, I guess, everything that my good colleague from District 34 was asking. I'll try to discuss some of that as far as travel being involved. That has to do with placement. So all inmates go and are logged in. That's not the correct. And then they're placed in the appropriate facility. For women, that's Lusk, which is where this would be anyway. And this program would be in Rollins for the men. So from intake, they would go to the appropriate facility. So so there's not specific travel involved other than what they have to do, of course, when they do intake and are taken into custody anyway. As far as reduction to probation, yes, that's exactly what would be contemplated. So they would, inmates after apply for a reduction of sentence under this program currently and what would continue. And they go back in front of the judge. If the judge grants it, then their sentence is reduced. So presumably that would be to probation. Now, of course, a judge could not do that, I suppose, and discharge the sentence. I don't really see that happening because by definition, these would be felony offenses that they were sentenced to a term of incarceration. So that would be considered probably a higher, somehow significant, certainly a felony. So yes, then they would be reduced to probation. But I think that ends up, I think, generally accepted that that's appropriate and at a lesser cost to taxpayers than incarceration. And then there was a question about who is being helped, and I guess I don't understand other than to say, of course, this would be younger, 30 or younger offenders that were sentenced to a term of incarceration on a felony. So significant offenses that they were there for, and then a work, of course, this program works on rehabilitation.
Thank you. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To answer or try and attempt to answer the question for the good representative from the land of wheat, the agency and the agency director is working diligently to try and reduce costs for the department. And in doing so, they are realigning the resources that are available. There's 5 correctional institutions in the state of Wyoming, and he is going through a process of realigning those resources. Moving this program does not necessarily close the facility and will not be closing the facility. The folks that are employed at the facility will still be employed there. The size of the facility will not be reduced. That facility will continue to operate. It will just have a little bit of change in how it is operating currently, as the good director is attempting to realign the assets available within the state and save costs for the state. And this bill has, from what I can read of it, really has nothing to do with that realignment, or I shouldn't say with that realignment, but with how it will affect that facility. This is more has to do with the services provided within the department. So hopefully that helps to answer that question a little bit, but it should have no negative impacts on any community. It is just a realignment of resources throughout our state.
Thank you very much. And members of the body, this is one of those places where it's nice to have appropriators on the floor as they deal with the appropriation component, and the rest of the standing committees deal with the policy component. So I think this is a good example of how that fits together nicely. Chairman Olson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am very thankful that my former colleague from Appropriations came to clarify that, because I think I may have misstated something that caused confusion because I didn't fully explain the facility in the northeast corner is more than the boot camp. The boot camp is one portion of that facility. That is the part that is going to no longer exist in the northeast corner of the state. That is the part that's being closed down there, shifted to our 2 other communities. The rest of the facility's purpose will remain the same, which hopefully was clarified by the good appropriator. And so I've confirmed the question that I said I would ask with the good director, and I've confirmed, there are no, to reiterate really what the good appropriator said, there are no staff displacements as a result. You have the exact same number of correctional staff that will be required to operate both programs. So there's no change there. And in all of this time, this is kind of Mr. Speaker, if you'll indulge me for one moment, this is kind of the interesting thing about being in the virtual session is the ability there's almost a heightened ability to communicate via email and et cetera with different folks. And I've already communicated as well with the good representative from that community who reassured me that he has not heard anything from his community that had staffing concerns or any concerns with anything being closed down. So I think that clarifies everything, Mr. Speaker. But if there are existing questions there, I would encourage the members maybe even to talk to the representative in that location who I would like to think would have heard if there were any real concerns for staffing, but I think we've clarified that. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My apologies. Any further discussion, Representative Haroldson?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That answered my question. I'm very happy to hear that, and thanks for the clarification because I was misunderstanding the extent of the close down of this facility. So thank you.
Perfect. Further discussion on House Bill 34. Further discussion on House Bill 34.
Question.
Seeing none, all those in favor of Chairman Olson's motion that the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 34 do pass. Please raise your hand to the screen. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. House Bill 34 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 42. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
House Bill 42, sponsored by Blockchain Financial Technology and Digital Innovation Technology, Chancery Court Vacancy Amendments. This bill was referred to Committee Number 1, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Crago, Larson, Dan, Oakley, Olson, Provenza, Williams, Washut, Yin, Zwanitzer. Signed, Representative Olson, Chairman.
Thank you. You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure? Chairman Olson.
I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so through a recommendation that Bill number 42 do pass. And unfortunately for the body, I'll turn that explanation over to myself. I'm sorry, I apologize to the body that I've talked a lot. You're probably getting tired of my picture on your screen and my voice, but this one should be hopefully pretty easy. For the newer members, the Chancery Court, I think, is a newer creature to understand where we're at. I won't go into deep history, but I will need to back up just a little bit on the history of the Chancery Court because it will help members understand exactly why this bill is in front of us. So last session, the 65th legislature had an initiative to create a Chancery Court. All that is a specialized type of court that's going to deal mostly with business type disputes. That's where its jurisdiction will rest. The original creation of it would have designed a system with three Chancery Court judges. They'll be selected based on merit and et cetera through the judicial branch. And then they'll adopt rules through the judicial branch, which has already occurred. There's a much larger filing fee with this court than other courts in an attempt to help pay for the program. It's going to have its own office of clerk as well, independent of the district courts. And then there's probably a couple contract positions, maybe some IT positions, but at the end of the day, the reality is there's some FTEs. And all you really need to know about all of that, because it's not fully in place, is that there's a budgetary figure that exists out there, and it's just over $1 million. It's 1.1 for a biennium. And so what this bill does is delay the full expense of that. And, you know, the Appropriations Committee can probably weigh in on what they've done exactly with the budget in terms of the judiciary, because I believe that 1.1 was reduced. But the point of this bill is that there's $1.1 million out there to continue doing all the things I just listed out, standing up this Chancery Court program. Well, like the rest of the state, the judicial branch is making reductions to its budget. And so in comes the Chancery Court, which it does not want to eliminate. Instead, there's an idea that maybe we could just postpone it or slightly modify it. This bill slightly modifies it. What it does is appears to postpone it. There's a simple thing that the bill does, which is in that subparagraph B of statute 5-13-109 on page 1 of the bill. It moves the enactment date of this program out to 2026. That doesn't mean that nothing's going to happen. What is going to happen in the meantime is that the district courts conference has stepped up and said, you know what, we actually think we can service this program now. Existing judges, and you don't have to put any new judges in place yet. And because we can service this, we'll use, you know, our existing staff, our existing facility. So you've got a temporary program as it's being stood up through existing district courts, which is designed to take some strain off of that budget amendment, with the goal that as it ramps up and it gets cases and it gets rolling and those filing fees begin to come in, that by 2026, and hopefully things are looking better in the state as well, the program is able to morph into its original intent, where it has its own judge or judges that are physically located in one area, not wherever that district panel volunteer judge, if you will, is located. And that's the future of the Chancery Court program. So for you members of the 66th, your consideration is, okay, without this bill, the budget still is whatever it is, and the appropriators can speak to that, but the budget and the cost is there. What this does is delay its implementation, which is a budget savings until 2026, and allows us to stand it up through existing judges, through existing personnel. I think there'll be one personnel cost in the meantime. Again, the appropriators could speak directly to what they've done with that budget. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for a favorable consideration of this bill, which was also a product of the Select Committee on Blockchain, Financial Technology, and Digital Innovations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman Wilson. So members, we're discussing House Bill 42. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So a couple things I want to ask about this, and a couple comments too. For one, are we assured that that reduction is effectuated? And maybe I should have stood aside for Representative Larson, because he might have the answer. I think that's the appropriations, Representative Larson. And two, what was the discussion on the blockchain committee to just eliminate this? Because, you know, I think on judiciary, there was just a feeling on the committee, and it ended up going through the blockchain committee first and then coming through in the session through judiciary. It's just a feeling that this just maybe wasn't the right move for the state, and maybe we needed to revisit this. And so we're moving this back 4 years. I mean, what was the discussion to just eliminate it and have this handled by the district court conference? And I do appreciate, we discussed this on judiciary, I do appreciate them stepping up and agreeing to do that. I think that is good for our state and much appreciated. And then the third question is about the building cost. I mean, it relates to whether the reduction is effectuated, but you know, there was this concern about them paying for space in the Casper office building. And I want to make sure that is not being moved forward with in the interim, is that they're not paying for that space, and they're not moving forward with that, and they're paying for a space that they're not going to occupy, and that idea has been tabled. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Larson Lloyd.
Mr. Chairman, I'm scrambling to find what we did on the judicial budget on that, but I'll have it before the discussion ends. Unless Representative Walden might have it. He's worked close with that too, but.
Okay. Thank you. I'll call on Representative Walters for you. Representative Walters, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The cost, and Mr. Speaker, excuse me, the cost really is a future cost, and I think the good representative from the land of the Capitol explained it in his explanation of the bill. By not hiring a judge and multiple staff right off the bat is where the cost savings really occurs, and that's why I say the cost is in the future, because the Chancery Court is just coming into play, and so those staff people are not in place to see an actual reduction. It's a future a delay of future cost, say. The district courts, as the good representative from the land of the Capitol described, are basically all personnel. And so for them to effectuate a 10 or 15% reduction means they have to lay off judges, which means work does not get done. Constitutionally mandated work does not get done. Speedy trials do not happen, things of that nature. And so in exchange for taking a reduction, they offered to step up and offer more services with the resources they have available, they being the district courts. And so that's why this comes about. As to the question about the build out in the Casper office building, that is scheduled to proceed in the capital construction bill that we will review in March. You will see where there is a line item for the build out of that Chancery Court. And the reason for doing so is due to the cost efficiency of completing that space while the contractor is on site and to do it without delay. The other issue is there's a desire from the district courts to, in the very near future, be able to have that as a central location to hold these sorts of actions. And probably prior to 2026, there will be staff hired to staff the Chancery Court, just not the judges, the back of the house type of staff, and they will need a place to locate, because when the Chancery Court was first approved, the district courts were polled, and they felt very strongly at the time that they did not have the existing capacity to take on this challenge. They have since changed their tune a little bit and said, we're willing to step up and take it on, but if it grows much at all, we will need some additional resources to help with that. And also to create a continuity, having a steady staff that works on these issues regularly, as opposed to bouncing these issues around through all the district courts. They felt it would create some efficiency. So I would guess that prior to 2026, there will be staff utilizing the permanently housed within the Casper office building and portion of the Chancery Court. The other thing to note is the Chancery Court build out is really in the office building in Casper is really just a series of offices and conference rooms. So if the Chancery Court doesn't use it, any other agency can move right into those spaces very easily. And we have ensured that as we look through the task force, reviewing it and work with state construction as well as the courts on that. So hopefully that answers a few of those questions.
Thank you. Vice Chairman Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also thank you to Representative Walters. He served very well as chairman over that Casper office building construction and has a good grasp on the things that has been going on. My question, if I may, Mr. Chairman, is back to my good friend in chairman of Judiciary. When they contemplated to extend that date out from 2022 to 2026, I'm just interested in the conversation in how they come up with that time frame. And would you anticipate that a shorter time frame might also be reasonable, or is there some hard data there to support that, please?
Thank you, Representative. Again, let's try to refrain from using each other's names as we visit within the body. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So want to follow up on some of those points and just ask a more conceptual question. I mean, if the district court judges are going to handle these cases, I mean, they would go through district judges anyway. So, I mean, the whole concept of this was to speed up the process, but if they're going to go through the district judge conference, I mean, how is it truly going to speed up the process? And what is the point then if the answer is no? And what assurances do we have that it is going to speed up the process in some of these contract disputes? And well, that's all I had. Thank you.
Representative Henderson, then Chairman Greer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to support this just as much as I did a couple of years ago when I was on the minerals and we had the leadership help us put this together. So I'd like to really understand if it's possible to break it down in simple terms, what's going to happen if we don't change this date? And have we expended any money to date that's going to shelf, pretty much be wasted, if you will, if we don't implement it on time, or if, what's the cost of waiting versus what's the cost of doing it now? If I could get some help with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Greer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Been fighting this all day. Okay, so the benefit of the Chancery Court is the speed in which litigation will move. And so the problems that we run into in business litigation is you get bogged down for years in a discovery process. The process is designed or maybe has just developed that way to grind to a halt. So one of the real benefits of this Chancery Court, and the judiciary has been working on this, is to get a new set of rules of how to meet the deadlines we set out in statute. So we set out in statute certain cases where people agree, so we're careful to abide by the Constitution. They can agree to go on this fast track litigation, and they'll agree to a different set of rules. Okay, they're fair rules, but you can get to a quick resolution. So if you've got a business dispute, an issue with a trust, those things can get dealt with very quickly and timely. Now, the questions and some of the frustration everybody's feeling are legitimate. Well, we rolled this out. This concept was rolled out without a lot of discussion with anybody from the judiciary. So there was tension. Might be the best way to say that. So 3 separate branches of government, tension's good. And it took a while for everybody to get on board and understand the benefit of this concept. As a result, what I think, so we're talking about this, moving this date. We're not delaying getting this installed and to see how this process works. What we're doing is just delaying the time when we're going to lay out money for a special panel of judges. Okay, so right now our district court judges have agreed that there is a select few of them, handful of them that would be willing to take these cases. It's going to require a little extra work on their part. They already have expertise in them because they're hearing them anyway. Then there are some retired judges who fill in from time to time to help out with the district courts. Those retired judges are willing to do this. So the cost savings is we can get these rules are implemented. That process is well on its way. The rules will get implemented. We can get the court opened so that they can start receiving the filings. We'll start getting these cases assigned. We'll see how effective it works. And if it becomes as effective as it has in other states that I've heard presentations for, the enhanced, so it's a higher filing fee, and that fee may have to be raised. But as we reach that certain mass and that usage, those fees probably will never cover the full cost of the court. But what they will do is help offset those costs. So this is, to me, this is a good progression to get our judiciary on board, to get attorneys used to using this system, beta test these new rules, get it stood up, get familiar with it. And then, so 4 years out, maybe it's 3 years out, maybe it's 6 years out. but then be in a position to let the court stand on its own and do some of the good things that it does in other states that make them business friendly states. So hopefully I've answered a couple of questions or helped with that.
You're muted.
Please, Representative Stith, and then Representative Duncan, and then Representative Olson.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I speak in support of House Bill 42. Whether we may, rather than extending it out to 2026, we may want to extend it out to 2024 and then reevaluate. But the reason House Bill 42 makes sense, in my view, is because we can expect the volume of the Chancery Court cases to be low in the first couple of years because there's no jury in a Chancery Court. And people who are sued and defendant who's being asked to pony up money won't want a fast process initially, right? So they will object on jurisdictional grounds and kick it to regular district court. Where the volume of these cases will pick up is as parties in advance put a venue clause in their contracts because they, in advance of their dispute at least, would recognize the value of resolving disputes quickly. And so they'll put venue, form selection clauses in their contracts. And then as those contracts percolate and disputes develop, then the volume of the court should pick up, say 3 or 4 years from now. So as a result of that, I think we can save some money by delaying implementation without losing the benefit of the program.
Thank you very much, Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my comments based on the fact for a lot of our new members. This was actually Chancery Court came through Minerals Committee previously. And so one of the big differences is that when you have to go to court and there is a family case or a family court of some sort comes and it's ahead of you in your schedule, they have priority. So you may get put off 18 months for something very, very simple of a very simple contract dispute. The idea of this court was to speed up the process and not have to worry. Parties have to agree, but not have to get bumped out of line because of the priority of family court and such. So just a little background of where that came. And so I am definitely speaking on and for the bill.
Thank you very much, Representative Duncan. Further discussion on House Bill 42. Further discussion on House Bill 42. Seeing none and hearing none, all those in favor of Chairman Olson's motion, the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 42 do pass. Please raise your hand to your screen. Thank you. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Thank you. House Bill 42 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 13. Reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 13, sponsored by Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, Alcohol Beverage Regulation and Act relating to the regulation of alcohol. This bill was referred to Committee Number 7, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Blackburn, Clausen, Clifford, Duncan, Ayer, Hunt, McGuire, Roscoe, Zwanitzer. Signed, Representative Zwanitzer, Chairman.
Thank you, Chief Clerk. You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move when the Committee of the Whole rise to report, it do so with a recommendation that House Bill 13 do pass. I would further move the Standing Committee amendment at this time and turn over management of the bill to the good Vice Chairwoman of Minerals. And if she doesn't cover the Standing Committee amendment, I'll back clean up and cover it at the end. But I turn it over at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Duncan, Vice Chair Duncan. I think you're on mute, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring to you House Bill number 13 and ask for your favorable consideration. House Bill 13 is the culmination of the cooperation over the last 2 years between the Wyoming State Liquor Association and the Wyoming Liquor Division. This bill modernizes and provides business-friendly updates to Title 12, also known as Wyoming's alcohol beverage control laws. Rather than going in detail, I'm going to do a quick overview of all of it. And then if you have any questions in particular or any questions about the repealers, I can answer those afterwards. The first 11 pages simply separate the microbrewery and the winery law, but do not change existing law. It's just separating the two out separately. Starting on page 11, delivery law is created to both codify and install state-level sideboards for local delivery of alcohol beverages. There was an amendment that prohibited common carriers from making local deliveries, which we'll see later. The delivery of alcohol products from full retail liquor licenses was already allowed in Wyoming, which was clarified by Attorney General opinions. This bill does not allow anything that wasn't already allowed. It just adds statutory guidelines for conformity and public safety. Page 14 adds all of the current liquor licenses to the definition section of Title 12. No new licenses have been created. On page 15, the archaic restrictions are removed for qualifications for a restaurant liquor license. Page 16 and 17, the bill removes the requirement for industry representatives to be residents, bringing this law into compliance with recent Supreme Court cases. It further clarifies language that local microbrewery, winery, and distillery owners can legally represent their own product. Page 18 and 19, this increases the amount of wine that can be direct shipped into Wyoming from 4 cases to 12 cases. This increase will also apply to in-state wineries. Page 20 deletes the requirement to post a public notice at the physical location by the licensing authority. On page 23, retailers will also be able to ship 12 cases of wine within the state, bringing this portion of law into compliance with the 2 Supreme Court cases. And finally, on page 26 and 27, it eliminates the room requirement and other archaic restrictions for restaurant liquor licenses. And the remainder of the bill is cleanup language and grants greater authority to the local licensing authorities, especially for the 24-hour permits. And I stand for any questions.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. My apologies, members. We're on House Bill 13. There is a standing committee amendment. So maybe if we would, Chairman Zwanitzer, if you would dispense with the standing committee amendment, that would be helpful. And then we'll go back on the bill.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The standing committee amendment has to do with common carrier language. And so when you, I think it's on page 14, when you look at the bill, this allows a distillery or a winery in Wyoming to have a satellite location where they're distributing their product. What this mandates is that distillery or winery has to self-transport their product to their satellite location, or they have to arrange for a private carrier. They can't just put it on the open market for a trucking company to start shipping a large amount. And so that was what I think was anticipated when most of this bill is just reorganized language. But the belief is if you're going to have a satellite location separate from your distillery where you can give out or sell your product, you're not letting one of the large trucking companies haul it. You better be driving that from wherever your distillery is or your winery is specifically to that satellite location. So it just stops from any kind of nefarious super large operations from happening. These are for mom and pop wineries and distilleries in Wyoming. If they go above a certain threshold, you'll know in other places of the law, they have other restrictions and requirements put upon them if they sell more than a certain amount of product. But for what we're doing here, they're at a smaller threshold and they better be shipping it themselves. So that's what the standing committee amendment just kind of double sideboards that these will be transported by, their own business or private company.
Thank you. We're on standing committee amendment number 1. Any further discussion on that amendment? I see Representative Stith and Representative Washut. Are you on the standing committee amendment? Representative Stith.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to the common carrier prohibition, I guess I'm just not understanding the public policy that we're advancing by doing that. So, I mean, hypothetically speaking, if you had a wine manufacturer in Teton County and it had a satellite wine permit facility in Sweetwater County, what's wrong with letting the manufacturer in Teton County arrange for a common carrier to deliver product from one location to the other? I just don't understand the social ill that we're preventing here.
Thank you very much. I see Representative Duncan and Representative Clausen. So on the amendment, on standing committee amendment number 1. Representative Duncan, are you on the amendment?
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was in testimony that the common carrier, as in our regular US mail and some of the other package companies that deliver packages, it was testimony that they are not trained and the liability is too high for them to be able to be doing this particular service. So, and it's also about if you have a restaurant, like during our shutdown on some of our facilities, that they were doing delivery. So that's the direction that the testimony was about.
Representative Clausen, are you on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
I was just going to give a little explanation of the amendment. So following up on the good representative from District 5's comments. So this cleaned up some gray area in the law. The bill did, and the amendment kind of just reinforces some of that. So it's delivery from the licensee or the liquor store licensee to the customer specifically. So what this amendment does is just clarifies that no third-party carrier can deliver. It has to be someone that's trained with the correct training to know to card the individual or ID the individual that they deliver to. It's more of a, I would say, block and tackle, kind of a cleanup thing. So it's just not the common carriers dropping off alcohol. It's kind of more of a safety thing.
Thank you very much. And when Representative Clausen talks about blocking and tackling, it's serious. Representative Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Basically, what they're talking about there is basically designed to prevent abuses that led to prohibition. It's basically what the free system is.
Thank you, Representative Blackburn. It's probably the one member who remembers prohibition. I appreciate you weighing in on that.
Easy, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion on the standing committee amendment? We're on the standing committee amendment. We're voting on the standing committee amendment. All those in favor of adoption of the standing committee amendment number 1 to House Bill 13, please raise your hand. Thank you. All those opposed to the standing committee amendment? Thank you. Standing committee amendment number 1 to House Bill 13 has been adopted. We're back on the bill.
Question on the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on House Bill 13, Representative Washut, Vice Chair Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question has to do with the increase in direct wine deliveries from online orders. At a time when we're trying to help our local businesses, doesn't this seem to go in the opposite direction where we're increasing the amount of out-of-state wine that can be shipped directly to a household in Wyoming?
Thank you. I see Representative Duncan's hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To address the county number 1 representative, it was one of those things that if you order a specialty or a wine of the month club or a wine club period, you get cut off after so many bottles. And so when we broke it down in committee, that's not very many bottles. So for a whole year. And so we felt to go ahead and increase, and maybe we're wine drinkers, I don't know, but it was just the fact that it seemed like too low of a number considering how fast you get cut off. So it is it's for in-state, it's for out-of-state, it's not specifically out-of-state, it's for direct to consumer. So it can be from a winery that's local here in the state, or it can be an out-of-state winery.
Thank you. Representative Heiner, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I read this bill on page 26, it removes the restriction on a youth of age 18 or younger being able to be in the dispensing area. And just point of clarification, is that the intent of this bill, to allow youth and younger people to be in a dispensing area without restrictions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to add very briefly to what the good representative from District 5 has been presenting stated, on that particular note, I actually brought a bill a few years ago that addressed that particular issue, in the fact that consumers here in Wyoming were often unable to participate in wine of the month clubs because of a restriction. And at that time, I believe there was a limit to 12 liters, and this, I expanded at that point. So the fact that we are extending this to allow both in and out of state shippers and wineries to participate, I think it's a win-win. It allows them to expand their potential consumer base, allows consumers in this state to have more unfettered access to all of the options and all the availability that are out there. So on and in favor of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to address page 26 about the room requirements, basically the way it's written is these restaurants or these locations have to have a physical wall or a physical separation. And if you are a parent in a restaurant, you can participate, and in some of it, depending on some of these situations. So there's a lot of, this just removes the fact that you have to have this barrier or this wall, and that the minors will still have to be accompanied by their parent. So that doesn't change anything. It's just making it easier for the actual entity and the business to allow the parents to be in there with their kids. And then after, I believe after a certain time of day, they're not allowed in there anyway. So, but it simplifies the law. It's less confusing, and it actually helps the business owner.
Thank you. Representative Stith.
Mr. Speaker, just a broad-based question for the bringers of the bill. Is there anything in this bill that's good for Wyoming domestic wineries? It seems that it's not good for domestic wineries. And is there anything in the bill that helps them, or is this just, saying you're going to have more competition?
Thank you. Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, nothing really has changed for wineries. This is actually just a lot of cleanup. There's a lot of archaic language in here that's practices that's no longer done. And so the only thing this really addressed was separating out the wine and the beer within the same section in the statute. So they're separate now, so it makes it more less confusing. But the only thing that changed was just the increase of the number of bottles. Now, I could, if you had a local store, I could actually, start ordering my wine bottles from your local store. So I would be able to order more from your local store versus if I went out of state or online or something like that. So if you have an online website, this helps you too. So there really wasn't much significant change. It was just cleanup of a lot of archaic things, that kegs and all these different things that don't even aren't even done anymore. So
Thank you very much. We're on House Bill 13 as amended. Further discussion on House Bill 13. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add in that 108 liters a year is roughly 12 bottles a month, 2.7 bottles a week, which for those of you who were here a decade ago, it was a pretty good fight on the former representative who mentioned that he upped the limit from 12 to 36, jumping to 108 was surprising to me as a new chairman of, but for those of you who've been around a long time, we continue to try to move the contained alcohol system and the control state system we have to be more flexible because the system continues to get stretched, and one of these days it's going to break, but not this year.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on House Bill 13. Further discussion? Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of Chairman Zwanich's motion when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 13 do pass. Please raise your hand to the screen. All those opposed? Thank you. House Bill 13 has passed committee of the whole. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think I'm going to have to probably rearrange my committee of the whole list or expand it. So just to tell the body, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll still be going to House Bill 3 and then House Bill 45, and then we're going to hang on, because if the Appropriations Committee report comes in and we can go forward, then we'll go forward with House Bill 44 after, or House Bill 9 after House Bill 45, and then after 9 will be House Bill 44, House Bill 66, and then House Bill 35. So we'll see, Mr. Speaker, we'll see if that committee report in fact comes in. If it doesn't after House Bill 45, I will give you a new lineup, but that new lineup then would start, just for heads up, with House Bill 35. But right now, the lineup's going to be House Bill 3, House Bill 45, House Bill 9, House Bill 44, House Bill 66, and House Bill 35. And we'll see how that committee report comes in, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. So members of the body, as you know, we referred bills to the Appropriations Committee. So while they're off of the floor, they're no longer in our hands. We have to receive them back to the body, read that report in before we can consider those bills. So we're waiting on that paperwork to get done. And then if it gets done, they'll go in the order that the Majority Floor Leader has laid out. If not, we'll skip some of those bills that we're waiting on those reports for. So with that, the next bill for consideration.
Mr. Speaker?
I'm sorry. Chief Clerk, please.
I have received the reports. I need to print them, but we will have to rise and report to read those in.
So thank you, Chief Clerk. Would you like us to do one bill and then you'd be ready to do that rise and report?
I believe this bill will take enough time so I can do that.
Thank you for your confidence, Chief Clerk.
You're welcome.
Or is that confidence? So the next bill for our consideration is House Bill 3. Reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 3, sponsored by Labor, Health, and Social Services, Certified Addictions Practitioner Certification Amendments. This bill was referred to Committee Number 10, which returned a recommendation of do pass. Ayes: Clifford, Connolly, Flitner, Hallinan, Ottman, Martinez, Worf, Wilson, Stivar. Representative Wilson, Chairman.
Chief Clerk, would you verify the vote on that? Because that is one of the committee vote, when I looked at the roll call, was incorrect compared to the report. Would you verify the vote. There was a no vote in that on that, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. You are very correct. The ayes were Clifford, Connolly, Flitner, Hallinan, Ottman, Martinez, Ward, Wilson. Noes, Stivar. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chief Clerk. So members, this is another reason to just, know kind of and listen to the committee reports, because nothing was done intentional, but sometimes just things get transposed. Sometimes, we read things the way we think we read them and not the way they may be on paper. So thank you, Chief Clerk. So you've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure? Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly hope that we will be able to finish off this little bitty bill in no time at all, but I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 3 do pass. There are no standing committee amendments, and I will turn the presentation of the bill over to the good doctor from Gillette. I do see, Mr. Speaker, that there is a Committee of the Whole amendment, but that will not be part of the presenters. That will be a separate issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman Wilson. The good Representative Dr. Hallinan, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move House Bill 0003 and request your support. The bill is a very simple bill. It's only about 3 pages. It has in it that it's about certified addictions practitioners and certification amendments. The certification amendments are the meat of this bill. The fact that I'd go ahead and say that it's an act relating to mental health professions licensing and certification. Certification under this subsection shall allow practice as a certified addictions practitioner only under the supervision of a qualified clinical supervisor and subject to the other restrictions which may be specified by the board. And then if you look under paragraph III, you'll see that it really doesn't change very much in respect to the baccalaureate degree that's required of these practitioners. It does change on line 11, the description from a human resource discipline to a human behavioral discipline. And that's covered in House Bill number 4. Unfortunately, we did this one first. Then I would say that we want to look on page 3, and that under paragraph number VII. This is the meat of the bill. Notwithstanding paragraphs III and VI of this subsection, a person who has received a baccalaureate degree in a human behavioral discipline other than a degree in addiction therapy may be granted certification under this subsection after providing to the board satisfactory proof of completion of the 2,000 hours of supervised work experience as a certified addictions practitioner, assistant, or equivalent in the field of addiction therapy. So what this bill does is say that folks that are not certified in addiction, or they don't have a baccalaureate in addiction therapy, but they do have a baccalaureate in a certified or in a human behavioral discipline. They can still qualify as addiction specialist if they have 2,000 hours of training on top of their baccalaureate degree. So this increases the number of qualified, certified addiction therapists in our state, where we have a very, very limited number of folks practicing that field. And there's a particular problem in our prison system where they don't have a number of these people that are needed. So this is the reason for this change. And with that in mind, Mr. Chairman, I would be ready to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Hallinan. Members, any discussion on the bill? Any discussion on the bill? Questions on the bill? So members, this will be, okay, Representative Washut, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Where do the certified addictions counselors and the licensing board come down on this bill? Did they testify?
Thank you, Representative Washut. Representative Hallinan, Vice Chairman Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my good colleague from the center of the state. The board of the Mental Health Professions Licensing Board has approved this bill. And this was obtained from them, this agreement to support this bill after a lot of negotiation. It's been ongoing for about 3 years. And right now, so we finally have their agreement to approve this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Hallinan. I would just offer, as I was been a part of the Labor Health Committee for the last 8 years, it might even go further back than that. And I think that Representative Hallinan had darker hair when we started on this issue. Further discussion on the bill, further discussion on the bill. Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And a question for the good doctor from the northeast corner of the state. For my edification, could you remind me what constitutes the various elements of the human behavioral discipline?
Vice Chair Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair or Mr. Speaker. This is covered in the House Bill number 4, and it includes the a degree in addictionology, chemical dependency, substance abuse disorder, counseling, psychology, social work, sociology, or related fields. These are the areas that are covered in that item.
Thank you very much. I saw Chairman Wilson's hand up. Chairman Wilson, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Speaker. My vice chairman answered the question acceptably. I was just kind of quick with my hand. I will just point out that we had really linked House Bill 3 and House Bill 4 together because we did not anticipate having to re-refer House Bill 4 to appropriations. We're kind of doing them out of order. But in all of these categories, we used to have a phrase of which you can see in actually in this bill on page 2, called a human resource discipline, which was really just a holdover. I don't know if it was ever correct, but maybe from the 80s or the 90s. And human resource just doesn't mean, if it ever meant this. Now we tend to think of human resources as personnel, HR type people, and it was just totally not accurate anymore. So the training, the coursework really is not changed at all in what we're aiming at. They had defined it by rule by the board, but we just didn't want to leave it to rule anymore. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman. Further discussion on the bill. So members, this is the first time we'll have a individual amendment or a committee of the whole amendment, meaning didn't come from the standing committee, came from the committee of the whole. So at this time, I'm going to call on the sponsor of that committee of the whole amendment, Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to pull that amendment to tweak it some. I am against this bill. The 2,000 hours does not meet the national standards for the substance abuse counseling. They require 6,000 hours. The education stuff, I'll be sending some more stuff out for everybody. But right now, there is 47 actual CAPS practice in Wyoming and 17 assistants practice in Wyoming. And they have their own curriculum to go through to get them degrees. So on and against this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Stivar. So members, actually 2 things happened there. Took testimony on the bill, and the bringer of an amendment also withdrew the amendment. So is there further discussion on the bill? and that's perfectly fine. But is there further discussion? Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following on that, I would like to put in a few comments because those of you who have been here several years will recognize that we've been working on this material for quite some while. And I feel that we have really come to a good place between having good requirements for our personnel in the state, while at the same time realizing that we are a mental health practice shortage state in pretty much every county. And I think that we found a good middle place. And I just, the requirement for a person who doesn't have an actual bachelor's degree in addictionology, which is not available everywhere, for example, not even here in Wyoming, to have another type of psychology or social work degree plus 2,000 hours, so that's a year's worth of work in the addictions field. And you'll notice on lines 7 and 8 of page 3, the work experience needs to be as a practitioner assistant or equivalent. And what is required already in statute for that is 270 contact hours of coursework in the field, which would be roughly the equivalent of 5 semester classes, and the requirement to pass an exam. So all things considered, we really felt that it is up to the state. There are some states that require 2,000 hours, some that require 10,000 hours. These positions are all supervised by master's level workers. We felt it was really, we had come to a point where we could move forward with this issue and make sure that we have providers in the substance abuse field, which are so badly needed, and still meet the needs to have a good bar for their background preparation. So I do want to speak, I don't have to speak against the amendment since it was withdrawn, but I do speak in favor of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too speak in favor of the bill, thankfully, I'm sure we'll see the amendment again, but please note that your Labor Health Committee has worked on this issue, and it is in line with other states, and it is part of the credentialing. And I think it's fair compromise and a good thing, not a bad thing, with the worker shortage that we have. We're not trying to water anything down or pull anything. Do I believe it goes far enough? No, but I think it's a great spot that the committee has found itself in. So I would please ask you for your favorable consideration.
Thank you. Representative Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently, the law doesn't have any requirement for any amount of time as a cap or in the law. So right now, this would be a 2,000 hour requirement for training that they would have after their degree. So this would be an increase in the amount of training required over what it is now. And 2,000 hours, I believe, is a reasonable compromise. And that's why I'm in favor of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Connolly, and then Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm in favor of this bill. As someone new to the Labor Health Committee, I took a good look at it. I was a little concerned when I first read it, but by the time the testimony finished, I was convinced that this was well vetted and had the support of the mental health community in the state. My concern to start with in part was about supervision. Do we have enough licensed individuals who could do the supervision that's listed, those 2,000 hours? And the answer was yes, and that they would assure that it happened. And then the other element that convinced me is that these individuals would be required to take the same exam as anyone with an addictionology credential itself. So they would need to pass that same exam. So I was convinced that this was a good compromise to help fill a very needed workforce need. So again, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and on in your favor.
Thank you. Further discussion? Further discussion? I see Representative Fortner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What's the consequences for somebody that has not enough training to take this job? We're talking about 2,000 hours versus 6,000 hours. What kind of consequences is there if there's somebody that gets this job that's not qualified after serving 2,000 hours? What are we looking at? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fortner. Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against this bill again. I said it last year, we shouldn't be legislating for contracts, for a contract that somebody's got in the state, so they can fill their contract obligations. And that's the way I feel about this. These people, there's a certain criteria to be a substance abuse counselor. They need to go through that. We already have the problems within other departments where we don't have enough social workers, and they hire other people with different degrees and background of thinking and training to be social workers, and then they run around claiming they're social workers. This is wrong. We need to stick to the national standard of substance abuse counseling and leave it at that. And we shouldn't be, again, like I said last year, legislating for contracts.
Okay, thank you, Representative Stivar. Chairman Wilson, and then we'll go Vice Chairman Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Regarding the question from the representative from Campbell County, this is actually an expansion because currently the people have to have a degree specifically in the field of addictions. So what we are doing is opening it up because, and we have no such degree program in the state of Wyoming. We're opening it up to people with other psychology type degrees who have also had additional coursework in addictions. So no people would lose their job. In fact, people who want to enter the field and have taken coursework in addictions and have a bachelor's degree and a year's worth of experience will be added to the field. And as I say, I think that that is a very reasonable step to take.
Thank you. Representative Hallinan, Vice Chair Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my colleague here from Campbell County, I would say that those folks, those certified addiction professionals, they are under the leadership of a licensed person in the field. So they would be held responsible to that party if they gave bad advice or bad training, bad teaching for the people that they were seeing or counseling. So that's what they would face if they did a bad job in taking care of their job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Further discussion? Further discussion? Representative Stivar. Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is a course through Casper College, or the college in the center of the state, on substance abuse counseling. I think at the one testimony a couple of years ago, they had 7 people go through that class to get their certificate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Sweeney, and then Representative Romero Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, in favor of this bill, and it's not just about contracts. And they're not just practicing that way. So I see this as a favorable movement, plus the 2,000 hours of supervision on top of their degree. I just think this is the correct way to go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Sweeney. Representative Romero Martinez.
Can you hear me?
Yep, just speak up a little bit, please. No, you went back on mute, Representative Romero Martinez. There you go. No, I still don't have any sound.
How about now?
Yes, go ahead, please.
I just wanted to make a comment on the term related fields. Mr. Speaker, I am not a lawyer like many people here are, but I do have a degree in sociology, so I just wanted to make a couple of comments. The term related field, obviously, I think most people know what that means. So sociology is related to psychology, is related to all the other fields listed here. And though I don't want to nitpick over words in terms of compromise, I think a better word though might be, if this would be prudent for us to do, it's a step up. Maybe it's not perfect. If we want to move to 6,000 hours, we can do that. I just want to say I support this bill, but I also acknowledge that we may want to revisit it in some time in the future to make it better for organizations that are out there that do have social workers in our local communities. There's definitely an issue with a rotating door related to a big gap in healthcare. And I had some questions before, and I do want to say that I do realize now that this is across the board, so it's not just in one area. And so I think it's a step in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Representative Ottman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Being a freshman and new on the Labor and Health Committee, I was just amazed to hear all of the very good discussion on this particular subject, especially since they've gone through it for so many years. And the things, I just want to speak in favor of the bill. One of the things was that through the community mental health, they are at a place where they know their business, and it is a large entity within our government. And they were very supportive of this in the fact that during this COVID pandemic, there are a lot of people that are struggling with a lot of things. And this need is growing tremendously, with the requirement that someone have a bachelor's, which is a degree in this field in higher learning, but then also that practical 2,000 hours worth of hands-on dealing with those things that you can only learn when you work with people with these problems. I support it very highly. I appreciate the expertise of all the witnesses that came on, the backing, how many people work together to make this bill. And once again, I would just speak in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Provenza.
Mr. Speaker, I do want to make a comment that what I hear from my constituents in my district is that there's just not enough mental health resources, and that people are struggling with substance use during this time and need a place to go. And so we've made it pretty difficult to kind of fill the need. And so what I hear from also practitioners is that they would also like to see something so that we could reduce or improve our access so that folks can get the help that they need. So
It's also my understanding from those folks that it's pretty difficult to get into the thread that you need to be able to provide these services. But we have a good program here at the university, and along with the additional hours, I have faith that we can help more people in this state and address the concerns of my constituents in House District 45. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So members, we are on, and members of the public as well, we're on House Bill 3. Is there further discussion? Further discussion on House Bill 3?
Question.
Saying no further discussion. The question is, all those in favor of Chairman Wilson's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 3 do pass, please raise your hand to your screen. Thank you. All those opposed, please raise your hand to your screen. Thank you. House Bill 3 has passed Committee of the Whole. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, do we have an update, or Madam Chief Clerk?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Committee of the Whole rise and report. We in fact do have that committee report in.
Thank you, members of the body. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to ask for your hands to approve this motion, and then we'll read all the actions that we've taken. Then we can read in those committee reports, and we'll go right down the list with the bills that came out of appropriations. So you've heard the motion to rise and report. All those in favor, please show your hands. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. There's always a troublemaker in the crowd. Thank you. Chief Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole, having had under consideration bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. House Bill 6, do pass. House Bill 8, do pass, amended. House Joint Resolution 1, do pass. House Bill 48, do pass. Majority Floor Leader Summers moved to rise and sit again until 2 p.m. House Bill 27, do pass. House Bill 34, do pass. House Bill 42, do pass. House Bill 13, do pass, amended. And House Bill 3, do pass. Representative Barlow, Chairman.
Thank you, Chief Clerk. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House resolve itself into Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. You've heard the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment or the motion, please raise your hands. Oh, actually.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Thank you very much. Actually, I was a little ahead of myself. So all those opposed, everybody, please raise your hand. All right, thank you. The motion has failed. Madam Chief Clerk, would you read our committee reports, please?
Mr. Speaker, your Committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred House Bill 4, Mental Health Provisions Practice Act Amendments, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Kinner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, your Committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred House Bill 9, Short Time Compensation Program, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Kinner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, your Committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred House Bill 15, Department of Transportation Communication Facilities, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Kinner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred House Bill 44, Omnibus Water Bill Construction, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Kinner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred House Bill 58, State Parks Account Expenditure Authority, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Kinner, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. No, Larson Lloyd. Respectfully, Chairman Nicholas. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred House Bill 66, 2021, Large Project Funding, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Kinner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I think you're muted.
Thank you, Chief Clerk. Thank you. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House resolve itself into committee of the whole.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. Committee of the whole will please come to order.
Mr. Speaker.
Please, Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The new committee of the whole list will be as follows. House Bill 45, House Bill 9, House Bill 44, House Bill 66, House Bill 35, and House Bill 4.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. I have the list as in order: 45, 9, 44, 66, 35, and House Bill 4.
Mr. Speaker, that is correct.
Thank you. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 45. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 45, sponsored by the Select Water Committee, changes to water right notice requirements to hearing. This bill was referred to committee number 5, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Blackburn, Clausen, Eklund, Fortner, Heiner, Larson Dan, Western, Ward, Winter. Representative Eklund, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure? Chairman Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with recommendation that House Bill 45 do pass. We have an amendment on this bill. I will move a standing committee. I move standing committee amendment number 1 to House Bill 45, and I'll dispense with that amendment. You can read it in as we go through the bill. It amounts to, on line 1, page 1, line 14, the strike registered, page 1, line 15, insert certified mail with a return receipt requested. Then line 2, or page 2, line 8, delete registered mail and insert certified mail with the return receipt requested. There's a difference between the two types of mail, and we just wanted it real clear. It was preferred by the Select Water Committee that it be certified mail. So that's an explanation on the committee report. I'll turn the floor management of the bill over to our representative from the west side of Cheyenne and the west side of Laramie County, representative from the 42nd District.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Blackburn.
Mr. Speaker, I bring you House Bill number 45 and ask for your favorable consideration. And I'll explain the bill at this time. The changes that we've made on this bill are on page 1. We scratched give and inserted require the petitioner to provide. And then the bulk of the changes that we made were on the next page. And what we've done there is we've had the state engineer or the state board of control, if they determine that there's 20 folks or more for appropriations for the water, that the state engineer or the state board, in lieu of requiring notice by certified mail, may allow the petitioner to provide a notice by regular mail or publications. These publications have to be for 2 consecutive weeks in a newspaper of general circulation in the county where the new point of diversion is. And the last date of publication shall occur not less than 10 days, not more than 30 days prior to the hearing. That's our changes, Mr. Speaker, on the bill. It's effective July the 1st, 2021. And as a side note, I just want the legislature to know that the Wyoming Water Association supports this bill. I'll stand for questions or ask for the question.
Thank you, members. So first, let's dispense with the standing committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the standing committee amendment? I've got Representative Gray, Representative Greer, Representative Summers. Is this on the standing committee amendment? Nope. Any discussion on the standing committee amendment? Representative Simpson on the standing committee amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
Please proceed.
A significant, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about this on the bill, but I'm opposed to this amendment. The objective here is to make water right users, primarily our irrigation districts and our municipalities, to have the ability to afford to certify their water rights and adjust some things and secure the territorial water rights. And it's cost prohibitive in many of those situations. The objective of just going to a regular mail does not compromise anyone's water rights. It saves a significant amount of money. And so I'm opposed to making this certified. It's a step in the right direction to go from the registered mail to the return receipt, but it's still going to be costly. I urge you to defeat this amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment, Representative Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the amendment, so the amendment just changes the old. So if you have under 20 petitioners, it changes that from registered mail to certified mail, not the entire any petitioners or people that are affected that are over 20. So the amendment simply changes the portion that would already be registered just as certified. For clarity.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment on Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to House Bill 45. Further discussion. Further discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to House Bill 45, please raise your hand. Thank you. Those opposed? Thank you. The amendment has been adopted. We're back on the bill. Discussion on House Bill 45. Discussion on House Bill 45. Representative Simpson, and then Chairman Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on behalf of all of us, we thank you for your efforts today. You've been able to corral us really well on our first day of debates. I'm speaking on and for the bill. I would have liked to have seen that last amendment go away, but as a water resource engineer, may I explain in the field what this really means? So when our irrigation companies and our municipalities try to perfect up and adjust and make more accurate their water resources and their water rights, what they've come up against is when they have to hire the consultant to do all the work. And then on the notices, sometimes it requires literally hundreds and hundreds of notices. And it just literally becomes cost prohibitive. And so they're withdrawing back and just leaving those territorial rights unsecured. And that is not good for the state, because if those territorial rights or those old, very old rights are abandoned, that means that downstream users, that's great. But however, our downstream states then can put priority on their water rights, and we're ultimately going to lose some of our water rights in the state of Wyoming. So this process of making it less expensive to pursue change of points of diversion and adjustments is a good thing for our municipalities and a good thing for our irrigation districts. Again, it does not hurt priority water rights in any way, shape, or form. It just, the advertising is least costly. That's the sum of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Simpson. Chairman Eklund, and then Representative Larson. Dan.
I guess I'm unmuted. Mr. Speaker, just some clarification on this. In the amendment, those users that are 20 or under remain on that certified list. Now, if it's a municipality or a large district with a lot of users, then it goes back to regular mail. So and there is a difference. The 20 and under would have to stick with registered mail. I don't believe there's a huge cost difference, but we believe that the certified mail with a receipt was probably a better way of going on that. I may be, if there was a lot of dispute on this, we've got a second reading. We could work on that a little bit, but I don't think there is. I think the confusion is that on cost savings, the large districts with a lot of people can go to regular mail, and the usual ways of doing it without going to the expense of certified or registered mail.
Thank you very much, Chairman Eklund. And Representative Larson.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'd like to explain a little bit on this bill also, and maybe a little bit on the certified registered. I know we discussed that already. The certified is actually cheaper. It's about $6-7. Registered's like $12.60 a mailing, and currently the Board of Control is using the certified when they send these out, and these expenses will go to the petitioner. It isn't the state or I named the agency, I'm sorry, that pays this. It's actually the petitioner. And quite often, the bill is important because quite often some of these water rights are underneath towns and inside subdivisions, and there can be hundreds of people that need to be notified when they're dealing with these water rights. And so that's why the bill is important, and I hope you will vote for it.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Larson. And actually, Representative Larson, you reminded me of something that I spoke maybe out of turn a little bit earlier. When we're talking about agencies, and the agencies named in the bill, we do think that's appropriate. What we don't want to do is name the individuals that are filling particular roles, such as in this bill, the individual who may be the engineer of the state or something like that. So I apologize for my my memory lapse earlier. Certainly use an agency name. What we're trying not to do is name individuals within an agency, etc. That goes also for the chief executive of the state of Wyoming. The title has been used several times today, and so we try to find ways where we stick to the issue and not the person or the personality that is in that position. So thank you, Representative Larson, for reminding me of my earlier misstep. Any further discussion? Members of the public, we're addressing House Bill 45 as amended. Further discussion, Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious if in the discussion of this bill, currently it requires notice for 2 consecutive weeks in a newspaper of general circulation. People that are younger than me often don't use papers in the way that I do. And there's no discussion of using electronic notification. I would like to know if that discussion occurred.
Thank you, Representative Schwartz. Any discussion, further discussion on the bill? Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. I don't remember any discussion on that, but we could sure talk about it. We definitely want to make sure that the notice gets to the appropriate people, because this is private property, and I guess I'd be worried that that we didn't get everybody noticed.
Thank you. Representative Simpson.
Mr. Speaker, I believe I can answer that question. So the original intent was to send out registered mail to every single intervening headgate water right owner. The flip side of that, what the amendment was trying to do is send out, in lieu of the registered mail, the proposal was to send out regular mail and publish it. So that was the softening of the blow of not doing the registered. Now we're doing certified. It's going to be a little less expensive, which is good, but we're adding on the newspaper, which isn't the internet, but it is what it is. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I would kind of come back on a larger scale picture here. What kind of money are we talking about? You know, in an effort of cost cutting, I really think what kind of piqued my interest here is the idea of digital notice, and whether or not digital notice is something we even want to discuss. I know that this body, over the past 5 years that I've been in here, we've discussed it multiple times with multiple different areas. Specifically, the last one that I can remember is with schools. I just, once we put it in statute that we want to have something happen in a newspaper, it seems like it's in there in perpetuity. And I will be the first one to say it's extremely expensive to advertise in a newspaper. And when we look at trying to cost cut for the state or anybody else along those lines, it becomes a nightmare. And I don't know that I've ever seen that actually be removed from statute. So I guess I would like to know, what kind of money are we actually talking here? And you know, what benefit is this actually going to do in the long run?
Thank you. Representative Larson, and then Representative Duncan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll answer that. I called my newspaper and they said a legal ad is like $30 at most, $50. And this would be way cheaper than sending out 100 registered mailings. And I want to reiterate, this is the petitioner. It would be an individual or individuals that would be paying that.
Thank you very much. Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have a question about is the mail notification the initial notification, or if I remember, like the 2 speakers ago, just last year or the year before, we had a very similar debate with brand notices and things not getting to the person and this being an issue. And so was there any conversation about the initial notices being done by digital means, as in email, and then follow up to those that don't respond? And or also wanted to point out, we do have several bills that are currently removing the having to post in a local newspaper, but to post it to a website, and or furnishing the information to the newspaper, but they're not being required to pay to publish. So those are my two questions.
Thank you. Chairman Eklund.
This is a notification. I don't know as it's initial or otherwise. I believe that digital notification could be added to the bill in a second reading amendment. I need to get back to registered mail. We're apparently still a little confused on who has to do certified mail and registered mail. We've eliminated, by passing the certified mail, we've eliminated that part of the bill. We haven't eliminated the regular mail for the large users. And that was part of the expense we were trying to get rid of. Had we left it registered mail for those under 20 owners in this much smaller district, it still would have doubled their cost by leaving it registered instead of certified. The ad in the newspaper, there are many of us that still use that. I don't have a problem with adding digital notice as well. I think we could do that, and it'd probably be good for some of the younger users. The hope is that we will get everybody that needs to be notified in this by using this notification system. The paper, the regular mail, and keep the costs down. In some of these are fairly minor changes that are going to be happening to their head gates and what have you. Just a notification that it's being rebuilt or whatever. So I think that covered some of it. But be clear on it. The certified mail is only for those small users. It's not for the larger users.
Thank you, Chairman Eklund. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nothing on the bill, but could IT perhaps take a look at Representative Eklund's? It sounds like a teapot whistling, at least on my computer. I don't know if it's on others, but if I had earplugs in, it'd really be bad. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry.
Representative Sweeney, we appreciate that. We just thought it was tea time. We weren't every half an hour, everybody wants a shot of tea. All right, further discussion on House Bill 45. We're on House Bill 45, change of water right. Further discussion on House Bill 45.
Question on the bill.
Seeing none, thank you. All those in favor of Chairman Eklund's motion that the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 45 do pass. Please raise your hand. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. House Bill 45 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 9. Reading clerk will please read the bill.
House Bill 9, sponsored by Minerals Business and Economic Development, Short Time Compensation Program, an act relating to labor and employment. This bill was referred to Committee Number 9, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Bear, Burkhart, Duncan, Air, Gray, Greer, Heiner, Sherwood, Western. It was re-referred to Committee Number 2, which returned a committee recommendation of do pass. Ayes, Kinner, Larson, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Chairman Nicholas, Representative Nicholas, Chairman. You are muted, sir.
Thank you. I'm having a little bit of a cough up here, so I'm trying not to cough in everybody's ear. You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure? Chairman Greer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises reported, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 9 do pass. Further, Mr. Speaker, there is a standing committee amendment that I'll handle before I turn over the explanation of the bill. So folks, if I can get this up. It's on it's section 4 on page, well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, I'll move Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to House Bill 9. I still struggle with all this fancy technology to keep my screens up. Thank you. Okay, folks, this is on section 4. It's on page 21 of the bill. And so we had this bill worked through the interim, and quite a bit of discussion on how this program would be stood up within the Department of Workforce Services regarding in their unemployment insurance division. In our standing committee amendment, they came back, or in our standing committee meeting, the department came back and said that they're going to need an FTE, a dedicated position for the stand-up and administration of this. It was a reasonable request given the nature of the contracts between business. As when this bill is explained, you'll see this is at the option of business with some very good policy reasons behind it. And so we discussed this, and the committee came to a good solution with this. And basically what we did is we struck most of section 4. We just left in the first part. And we authorized or put in this bill the authorization for an FTE. And then we went on with qualifying language to say that this will be funded from available federal funds for the program that's established by this act. And it is anticipated, but nothing is ever guaranteed, that there will be federal funds that will be available to, first of all, stand up the program and then initially help with its administration. Sort of the backstop on this, I want to make a point of is that, in another year, we'll have a budget, and our appropriations committee has the right to, when they giveth with their approval of this, of the FTE, and they have a right in a year to take it away as they see how the program works and how that department is staffed. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll stand for any questions. If there are none, I'll call for the question.
Thank you, Chairman Greer. Is there any discussion on the Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to House Bill 9? Discussion on the amendment. Representative Fortner. This is discussion on the amendment. Representative Fortner.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I have a question. Is this bill being based off the CARES Act?
Okay, thank you, Representative Fortner. Chairman Greer, why don't we dispense with that, and then we'll dispense with the standing committee amendment.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, no, it's not. But with the result of some of the layoffs that had occurred as a result of the COVID-19 crisis, some of these things were brought up by some larger employers around the state. I think there were provisions within the CARES Act, and I can't speak directly to this, but to help with unemployment particular issues. Some of these are standalone. There are other states that have these programs that are standalone that were in statute already. So, I mean, I think the genesis of this came out of this whole situation that we're in, but no, it's not part of the CARES Act.
Okay, thank you very much. Further discussion on the amendment. Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adoption of Standing Committee Amendment number 1, House Bill 9, please raise your hand. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you very much. Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to House Bill 9 has passed Committee of the Whole. We're back on the bill. Chairman
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will turn the explanation of the bill over to the distinguished lady from House District 14.
Madam Minority Floor Leader.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, I don't have a list that has the numbers on it.
Very close, but I think they're neighbors.
All right, so Representative Sherwood, my apologies. I have a list, but it's not in numerical order, so my apologies. Representative Sherwood, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I will bring you House Bill 9 and ask for favorable consideration, and I will walk you through the bill at this time. On page 1, it outlines that this is an act related to labor and employment and establishes a short-time compensation program to be hosted by Wyoming Workforce Services. On page 2 begins the definitions. Lines 10 and 11 state that employees must include 2 or more employees in their plan. Employers, businesses must include 2 or more employees in their plan. On page 3, lines 4 through 8 define short-term compensation. Lines 10 through 14 define a short-time compensation plan. And lines 16 through 21 define unemployment compensation as it applies in this bill. On page 4, lines 1 through 5 define the usual weekly hours of work. Lines 14 through 15 prescribe that an employer must be in good standing with the department prior to plan approval. Lines 22 and 23 begin the requirements of what an employer must include in their plan. These requirements continue on pages 5 and 6. On page 6, lines 2 through 4 outline that the hourly reduction for all employees covered in the plan must be no less than 10% and no more than 60%. Lines 8 through 16 on page 6 outline the requirement of an employer certification that they will continue to provide existing health and retirement benefits for employees on the plan as if they were still working their usual weekly hours. Page 7 provides a continuation of the plan requirements, including the employer certification. Lines 15 through 18 prescribe that the employer certify that the aggregate reduction in work hours is in lieu of layoffs and that the plan shall include an estimate of the number of employees who would have been laid off in the absence of this plan. On page 8, further continuation of the plan requirements, including employer certifications. Lines 12 through 14 on page 8 state the plan shall expire no later than 12 months after the effective date. Page 9, lines 2 through 5 outline that the agency has 30 days to notify the employer of the approval or denial of their plan. Line 15 provides an effective date that is mutually agreed upon between the employer and the agency. On page 10, this prescribes that the plan may be revoked by the agency or terminated by the employer. The employer may also request a modification of the plan at any time. Page 11 outlines the requirements of substantial and insubstantial modifications to the plan. Page 12 provides more detail of agency revocation of the plan. Page 13 outlines the benefit eligible requirements for employees on the short-time compensation plan. Page number 14 is a continuation of the benefit eligibility requirements for employees on the short-time compensation plan. Page 15 provides benefit payment determination, and lines 14 through 19 state the benefit amount is equal to employees' weekly benefit amount multiplied by the percentage of reduction in the employee's weekly hours in the plan. Page 16, lines 6 through 8 prescribe that the maximum payments under the short-term compensation plan is 52 weeks. Page 17 provides an outline regarding benefit payment determinations when the employees are working for an employer under a short-time compensation plan at the same time as another employer. Page 18 continues regarding benefit payment determinations when employees are working for an employer under a short-time compensation time, same as another employer. Page 19, lines 7 through 14 provide information regarding the charging of benefits to employers' experience rate accounts and provides information relative to an employee who has received compensation under a short-time compensation plan and their eligibility for extended benefits. Page 20 outlines the eligibility of the agency to receive federal funds. Page 21 describes the Unemployment Insurance Commission shall enact any rules necessary to implement this act. And as addressed in the amendment on page 21, this position will be allocated to be full-time at will and paid for with federal funds. Page 22 says the act is effective upon the bill becoming law. And that concludes my walkthrough of the bill, and I would request that my good colleagues assist me with answering your questions.
Nicely done, Representative Sherwood. We thank you for that. Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and job well done. Big bill, a lot of stuff in there. Now, if I could just make a request from you to give us a hypothetical situation to illustrate how this all works.
As the presenter of the bill continues to consider that, I'll take another question from Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to come out in favor of this bill. As a former manager of a large group of employees, this would have been a great resource to have in my toolbox. My business was very cyclic, and it took sometimes 3 to 6 months to train an employee to the point where they became an individual contributor. This legislation would allow businesses in these kind of events to be able to retain those employees as their business needs vary throughout the year, and be able to keep those employees that are trained and not go through that great expense of retraining after finding someone to replace them. So as a former business manager, this is a great piece of legislation that gives our employers more ability to keep good employees. And we always talk about how our employees are our best resources. We hate to see them go away just because the business is cyclic or doesn't demand that we carry those all the time. So I speak in favor of this legislation, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Chairman Greer.
Mr. Speaker, you know what? I'm going to let my committee member go ahead and answer the question posed by the good representative from Fremont County, and I'm here to help.
All right. Thank you. Representative Sherwood.
Mr. Chairman, I think that we heard a great hypothetical there from a very personal perspective, and I'm happy to flesh out another scenario if that would be helpful.
Representative Larson, follow up. Representative Larson, you're on mute, sir. No, you're not.
That was the fortunate thing. So,
yeah.
Mr. Chairman, so I think what I've heard, and I appreciate as I try and read through and understand that, having had business in a cyclical type of situation, and I hear key words that this helps, but walk us through a scenario that illustrates from beginning to end. I'm a business owner. I have X number of employees. This is my business. How would this benefit me? Walk me through what this actually does. Because the comments, what you've explained to me tells me what the statutes allow, and our good representative down from near the river in the southwest corner of the state explained how it helped him. But if the two of you could collaborate and illustrate an example of how that works to where I could paint a picture in my feeble mind, it would be very helpful.
Thank you. I'm going to go with Madam Minority Floor Conley, and then Representative Duncan, and then we'll see if the chairman needs to weigh in. Thank you. Madam Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm in favor of this bill, and to the good representative from the middle of the state, an example that I can think of, and I want to follow up on the former speaker about the biggest resource that any employer has is its workers. And what happens with unemployment, and all of you who are business owners understand that you pay into the unemployment compensation system, that when you lay off a worker, and even if you cut their hours, that worker is required to go to the unemployment insurance agent and look for a new job. And it is very likely that you will lose your good employee to another job, because in part, in order for them to get unemployment wages, they need to be looking for another job. What this bill allows for is an employer to certify a class of workers, and it could be all workers, but it could just be, for example, oh, let's say the cashiers in a grocery store, right? It could just be all cashiers, right? Downturn in the economy lays off half of the cashiers, right? But they want those cashiers back again. Those cashiers are able to collect unemployment insurance, but not necessarily look for a new job or take it. And it allows for that to go on for a period of time. And the question before about the CARES money is, for a period of time with the CARES money, the feds were backfilling that amount of money that was being paid out to workers. We didn't have the ability to do that because we were one of, I think, about 15 states that didn't have this short-time compensation statute on our books. So what we're doing right now is we're allowing for this. It's a totally employer-driven program. It's an employer that certifies a class, but it's so that the employer can keep its most loyal employees when there's a downturn, so that they don't necessarily need to take a new job. So that's where I see it helping out in a very, very specific ways. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this bill, another example is we like to use the term human capital. So what we're doing is we're investing in human capital. So as a business, rather than losing all of my employees potentially because I lay them all off, they all have to go and they have to find jobs. I have a specified time that I have a contract with the unemployment Division of Labor, and I have a specified time so that when I decide that I'm going to lay off my workers get their benefits as well as they get their unemployment. So they're not completely cut off. And then that gives me a little bit of a reprieve time to try and get business to come back or whatever, and then come back. And it also helps from testimony that labor employees is like labor and union employees, those still qualify within somewhat with this too. So it's an investment in human capital, and the owner of the business gets to dictate the time and the terms on that. And the other testimony we heard was that the unemployment trust is actually going to end up saving money with this versus so that it's not a complete deplete. So it's a cost savings eventually to the state as well.
Thank you very much. Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to ask a question because my recollection of this bill from last spring or last summer gave actually a different example, and I'm just not sure. I've been reading over pages 5 and 6 in there. I'm not sure if I'm remembering incorrectly because I don't think I've heard this example. What I was remembering as a particularly good benefit was not the idea that you could entirely lay the people off and bring them back, but that rather than laying, let's say, 10 people off, you could reduce 20 people's hours to 30 hours a week. And to me, that was a far greater benefit. It's sort of sharing the pain and enabling people to take a bit of an hour cut, but have those cut hours be made up with the unemployment compensation so that you could retain them. And I just want to make sure that I'm remembering that correctly, because to me, that was really one of the best features. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chairman Greer.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, and to the Chairman of Labor, that's exactly what this bill does. So a downturn in the economy, I've got to make decisions as an employer, and maybe I've got to cut my budget by 30%. Well, instead of laying off 30% of my workforce, what I do is I cut hours back 30%. So that's exactly what it does. It gives those options to the employer. Benefits the employees, benefits the employer, benefits the state of Wyoming. We're all smiling.
Thank you. It's almost 5 o'clock and we should be smiling. Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for the great examples. I think it was well stated. I always like this bill. I think it's a great one. I do read the fiscal note differently, though, than what my colleague from the eastern part of the state said. As I read it, it indicates that there will be a decrease in revenue, and we've been trying to understand how that is. And so, if we could get, and I don't want to belabor that. Maybe we can find that out from the department and visit about that tomorrow. But do I just not know how to read, or is that not what it says?
Thank you, members. So this is not part of the bill, of course, but this is part of the bill file, is the fiscal note. And so it's always often an important part of our discussion is what is the fiscal impact or the administrative impact. So Chairman Greer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The softball is thrown up by my good friend there. I would like to swing away, but I'm not going to. You're reading it fine. That fiscal note I struggle with. So there's an administrative impact to this, and that's the cost of getting the program stood up and the administration of the program. My feeling is as things settle down, I'm sure our appropriations committee can look at the workload within this department and find out that workload can be shifted down the road. That I do not understand that fiscal note, and I will ask and I will get a clarification on that. The only thing I can think of is a decrease in revenue is that if we're putting, I just don't understand what that term means, because you pay rates into the trust fund. So I do not know what that means.
Thank you very much. Representative Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the country lawyer just answered this, but I want to make very sure. The affected state agency, they have the resources, the personnel to get this thing rolling, or will they be burdensome for them?
I'm going to go with Representative Gray first, and then we'll go to the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We discussed this a little bit in committee, and I was curious where appropriation. The committee discussion was that there was going to be one position that the federal government had agreed to, that we were going to continuously, they were going to backfill it. And if you see at the end of the bill, that language is in there that the federal government is going to backfill that position, and then they were going to reclassify one other position on the, I believe, the benefit side. So there's no increased administrative effect at this time on the general fund, my understanding. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Gray. Representative Summers, and then Chairman Greer.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. This is just a kind of an update for the body. We're going to do House Bill 44 after this, and then House Bill 66, and then that'll be it for the evening. I don't think we'll get beyond that in a short amount of time. So just an update for the body.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. Further discussion, Representative Gray. I see your hand still up. Okay, thank you, Chairman Greer. Anything to bring us home? Further discussion on House Bill 9. Further discussion on House Bill 9 as amended. Seeing none, all those in favor of Chairman Greer's motion of the Committee of the Whole rises to report and do so with the recommendation that House Bill 9 as amended do pass. Please raise your hand. Thank you. Those opposed? Thank you. House Bill 9 has passed Committee of the Whole. Congratulations to another freshman for a well done presentation. And to many of the other members, freshman members who participated in the conversation all day. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 44. The Chief Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 44, sponsored by Select Water Committee, Omnibus Water Bill Construction, an act relating to water development projects. This bill was referred to Committee number 5, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Blackburn, Clausen, Eklund, Fortner, Heiner, Larson Dan, Western, Worf, Winter, Representative Eklund, Chairman. It was re-referred to committee number 2, which returned a do pass recommendation. Ayes, Kinner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
Thank you, Chief Clerk. You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure? Chairman Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A question I'd have first is, my system still whistling at everybody? I changed some things. It's
Yes,
still
it is. But
Okay.
we'll just mute Representative Sweeney's sound.
Okay.
Please proceed.
I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with a recommendation that House Bill 44 do pass. And we have a standing committee amendment. I move that standing committee amendment number 1 to House Bill 44, I move it as well. And I'm going to turn over the management of this very important bill, Omnibus Water Construction, to the Chairman of Select Water.
Thank you very much. Chairman Larson Dan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And thank you, Chairman Eklund. I just want to, first of all, say I sent an email out that had a little bit of information you might want to pull up so you can kind of follow. There's a chart in there that kind of simplifies where the dollars are going. And that would be maybe good for you to pull up. While you're maybe looking for that, I would like to tell you a little bit about the Wyoming Water Development Program and tell you how there's 3 places where these projects are scrutinized or gone over and talked about. And first of all, it's through the agency operations. The agency has 25 employees and the director is appointed by the governor. Hopefully this will help all the new members to kind of understand how this is going, but I think it's well worth our time. And next it goes to the Wyoming Water Development Commission. I hope I'm not out of line on that. They are appointed by the governor. There's 10 members throughout the state. And after they've gone through the projects, then it goes to the Select Water Committee, which I am on. The Select Water Committee consists of 12 members, 6 from the Senate and 6 from the House. So that kind of gives you an idea on that. I do want to talk about the program funding. So I would assume some of those questions have come up. It is funded by distributions from the severance tax distribution account. From the first $155 million from the mineral severance tax. There are 3 separate distributions that are made to the water development accounts. Water development 1 is new development projects, and about 12.5% goes to that account. That's about 19.3 million per year. Water account number 2 is rehabilitation account, and 2.1% goes to that. That's about 3.2 million a year. And then water account 3 is dams and reservoirs, and that about 0.5% goes to that. And that's about $775,000. I think from there, I'm going to go to a summary of the bill, and hopefully you've had time to pull up that sheet. The omnibus construction bill starts in the House. We'll also have an omnibus planning bill coming from the Senate. But this bill that we're dealing with, in new development, there's $4.6 million. There's 5 projects and with small water project program. In the rehabilitation spending, we'll be spending $12.9 million if we pass the bill. And then there's 2 time extensions, 1 contract name change on here, and a well transfer. And then also there's a $7.5 million fund transfer from from the development account number 1 to development account number 2. I can go through those specifically if people want to ask. I might go that route, and we'll see what questions come up. And from there, I also probably ought to explain the amendment, the standing committee amendment, and maybe we can discuss that also right away and see how that goes. The amendment deals with stage 2 project amendment in the Seminole Reservoir, which is on the Platte River. I'm trying to find here when we did this, the statute 9999-210 appropriated funding for the city of Cheyenne to stage 2 project. And at that time, when this happened, they were concerned about availability to municipalities on the North Platte. And in order to be able to supply municipalities in the North Platte system water in emergency situations, it was negotiated that the Wyoming Water Development Commission could market excess stage 2 water in the North Platte system. Excess water in the North Platte system is stored in the Seminole, like I had said before. An agreement was developed between the Wyoming Water Development Commission and the Cheyenne Board of Public Utilities that reserves up to 5,000 acre-feet of storage space in the Seminole to store and market excess water. As a result of this agreement, the commission pays annual O&M on its share of the storage in the reservoir to the Bureau of Reclamation. That amount is roughly $25,000 per year. And so in the past 10 years, this water has never been used or sold. And so it was the Select Water asked the commission to see if they wouldn't go and ask Cheyenne if they would agree to terminating this contract. And so that's what the amendment does. It allows the commission to go out and see if Cheyenne would approve of it. They did visit with the city of Cheyenne, and they agreed it does cost them more, but they were willing to terminate that, and so that's what the amendment does. I would stop there and ask if there are any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative Larson. Are there any questions on the Standing Committee Amendment number 1? Questions on Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to House Bill 44? Seeing no questions, all those in favor of adoption of Standing Committee Amendment number 1, please raise your hand. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. Standing Committee Amendment number 1 has been adopted. We're back on the bill. And I apologize, I saw a hand as I was scrolling, and I don't know if it was a question hand or a discussion hand on the one. So I apologize if I missed somebody. We're back on the bill. Chairman Olson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, mine was more of just a procedural point. I just don't think I heard the amendment moved, but maybe I just missed that. I was just trying to catch that before we voted.
No, I believe the chairman did. Chairman Eklund did move.
Oh, it was in the beginning. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for keeping track of us. If the chief clerk finds out or disagrees, of course, she'll let me know. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Greer, and then we'll go to Chairman Baker, Representative Baker, and then we'll go to Representative Washington. Chairman Greer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so I need to ask and get a little more background. This cloud seeding project, which is first one listed, never been a big fan of that. As the people that know, I've argued against it over the years numerous times. And so I recall 6 years or so ago reading a report from the first cloud seeding exercise that, in my recollection, can be very bad on this, but it's not too far off. Something like a poor correlation on the statistical data is showing somewhere around like a 14 to 16% increase in accumulation. And then yet year after year after year, and we keep putting money into this. I don't know what reports, you know, $778,000. You know, so the one time amendment to strip it out, and we got it stripped out, and then it got put back in on third reading with a hard push. And it was like, well, no, we just need to go a couple more years so we can finish this study up and get the data a little bit better. So one, I guess, Mr. Speaker, while we're in committee of the whole, I'm expressing my overall skepticism of this program and why are we spending funds there? But I guess for the committee, give them the opportunity. Has there been a new report that I have not seen that does maybe show that there is some correlation to the funds being spent and some sort of public benefit?
Thank you, Chairman Greer. Next will be Representative Baker, followed by Washut, and then Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And mine is actually kind of a follow-up to the previous question. And if the information is not available now, I'd be happy to have that information presented to the body in second reading. But I would like to know, because I think I remember the discussions 6 years ago, and I thought that those had to do with the Wind River mountain range, which this has the Medicine Bow, Sierra Madre, and Laramie mountain range. I would like to know what other projects similar to this the state is funding and what that total funding cost is to the state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Baker. Welcome back. Representative Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like a little more information about this transfer from Plan 1 to Plan 2. I don't think that's a common occurrence, and I just want some more information about why that's happening.
Thank you, Representative Gray.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know we're on a time crunch here. I just really quickly wanted to express support for the representative from Worland, the good chairman of Minerals, his concern about the cloud seeding project. And I'm really glad to hear that he's kind of taken the mantle on this, because the previous person who would bring the amendment usually is no longer with us. And I know he's had concerns. So I think it's a great second reading amendment. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gray. Chairman Eklund, and then Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So let me explain what we've done with cloud seeding. This actually involves both the Wind River range. They're done with generators, and they're in place from when we did the study. The other ranges are the Sierra Madres and the Snowy Range. Those two mountain ranges are parallel, and they're in the same direction as the predominant storms come in. So we're no longer in the study phase of this. We're in the application stage, I guess you'd call it. In the study phase, you would use one range or the other as a control, and the other one you would seed, and then you'd see what the outcome was. By the time they were done, yeah, the 14 and 16% is a fairly generous amount of precipitation. I think the chairman of Select Water has the exact figures on how cheap that water is to put into the system. Since we've done it, a good reason why we need to continue to have that, what seems like a small percentage in there, is we've been able to keep the system fairly full through dry years and through wet years. You get a good wet year and you seed and get the snowpack up to as high as you can, and eventually you'll have to shut off because it may cause some flooding. And we have science on when to stop seeding the clouds. But when we're all said and done in a fairly wet snowpack year, we can fill up the system. Then we hit a dry time when you don't have as many cloud seeding events. Then the system is, we've got some storage, backup storage for those lesser years. So that's been the advantage of this cloud seeding to our irrigators, to our cities too. I hope that answers some of the questions. We've been fighting it for a long time. It seems like I've been opposition to the idea of changing, using cloud seeding and changing what naturally occurs. But the end result is that the system has been fairly well full since we did this. A reason for this study, and it was fairly expensive, was Wyoming, the whole country's using what we proved in the study. You could prove in a laboratory that you could increase snowpack, you could increase precipitation by cloud seeding, but nobody had a couple ranges of mountains that were parallel. And so Wyoming ended up proving that this did in practice work. There's disagreement on how much it works, but even the lowest percentage you can come up with is fairly cheap water. So I hope that clears up some of that and why we continue to do it. But having a system of reservoirs that we can keep full most of the time is a huge benefit. The cloud seeding helps us in that respect.
Thank you very much. Majority Floor Leader Summers, and then Representative Heiner, and then we'll go to Chairman Larson. Dan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And I'm on in support of cloud seeding. Our neighbors to the south utilize it in the ski areas. In dry Wyoming, water is a premium, and it's becoming more of a premium. And I think for us not to take advantage of a proven technology, even if it's just a small gain, it's a gain. Somebody else is going to squeeze those clouds. It just as well be us. So on in support of the bill, which is a great bill, and on in support of cloud seeding. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that cloud seeding can be kind of a nebulous science, and it's hard to see and quantify the results of that. But as I go over the funding for that portion of this bill, the omnibus water bill, we are only as a state paying for 37% of the cost, whereas downstream users, including other states, are paying 67% of that Wind River cloud seeding project. So the question I have is, if we decide not to fund it, will it in fact collapse and not go forward, or how would that affect the cloud seeding project in the wind in this mountain range on the west? Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the bill. Further discussion on the bill. Representative Larson, I see your mute is off, so I'll call on you. Representative Larson. Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to talk a little bit more about the cloud seeding. It is very important to all of us. Like it was stated before, we're in a very dry climate, and this helps our farmers, helps our cities, and it helps obviously the downstream users. We have issues with the North Platte and dealing with Nebraska, and we definitely want to try to get all the snow we can, snowpack. It is, the studies have shown that the snowpack will increase estimated 10%, which is a lot when you spread that over the number of acres there are. Studies have also shown that the seeding results estimates like $11 to $22 per acre foot. So it's very cheap water to be gained by the state. It beats the heck out of trying to build a reservoir. I did want to mention that the air-based portion of this, that'd be the Medicine Bow Sierra Madre area, is a air. It's done by air. They also do, when the time works right, Colorado has contracted with the contractor to just go over the state line and do a little bit on their side too. We definitely want to make everybody know that the situations have to be just perfect. They're monitored, on the humidity in the air, the direction of the wind, the potential to seed the clouds. And also, just for your information, Cheyenne kicks in a little bit on the air-based one, a small amount. On the ground-based cloud seeding, like it was said before, the lower Colorado states actually throw in 63% of what it cost Wyoming to do that. And that's been a tough negotiation. We've tried to get them to pay for more of that. And the whole idea is to get more water into the big dams down there, so a call on the river isn't made. So hopefully that helps there. There was a question on the transfer from account 1 to account 2. And I want to clarify that account 1 is for new development projects and account 2 is for rehabilitating projects. There was more requests for account 2, that's fixing old projects. And they wanted to move the water out of the planning area. So, or the new project ones. So that was why we wanted to get that in the bill. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Representative Simpson, you had your hand up. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that question was answered about the transfer, and the good representative from Powell addressed that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the bill is amended. Further discussion, Chairman Eklund.
I'm not sure that the representative that asked about the Wind River, it's a Colorado River. It goes into the Green River and flows into the Colorado. And if we were not to put a certain amount of water down the system, it's measured at Lee's Ferry and downstream. If we don't get that water in, then we have to start appropriating water out from users to downstream users. So that's the benefit of having extra water, extra snowpack, to be sure that we're putting enough water downstream that we don't have to restrict water use in Wyoming.
Thank you very much. Further discussion. Further discussion on House Bill 44 as amended. Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of Chairman Eklund's motion when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the motion that House Bill 44 do pass. Please raise your hand. Thank you. All those opposed, please raise your hands. House Bill 44 has passed Committee of the Whole as amended. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 66. Chief Clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 66, sponsored by the Natural Resource Funding Committee. 2021 Large Project Funding, an act relating to the Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resource Funding Act. This bill was referred to committee number 6, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass with the following amendment. Ayes, Banks, Flitner, Haroldson, Hunt, Jennings, Knapp, Newsom, Sweeney, Winter. Representative Flitner, Chairman. It was re-referred to committee number 2, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Kenner, Larson, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stiff, Walters. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. You are muted, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure? Chairman Flitner.
Mr. Speaker, I move when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a recommendation that House Bill 66 do pass. And I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee amendment. And with an explanation of both the amendment and the bill, I pass it off to the good former chairman and representative from House District 4.
Mr. Chairman Flitner, House District 4 is Representative Haroldson, so I'm not sure if that's who you were referring to. Representative Hunt, former Chairman Hunt House District 2.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yeah, I was informed a little bit ago by another member that my district number is wrong. Anyway, so moving on. Mr. Speaker and body, I'll go ahead and dispense, if I may, first with the standing committee amendment. And folks, if you'll get a hold of that amendment, you'll see that there are 3 or 4 places where we increase the total funding here, and the reason for that being that the good director of the department who oversees the fund that this money comes out of simply made a calculation error. He apologizes for that and so forth, but it was simply a mathematical error. This was not intended to go against the grain of the executive branch's proposed cuts. This was not intended to be contrary to any proposal. So again, it does slightly increase the total that the state is kicking into these projects, but it is not intended to increase the cost of the projects overall. So, Mr. Speaker, I would stand for any questions, but if there are none, I would call for the question on Standing Committee Amendment number 1.
Thank you, Representative Hunt. Discussion on the Standing Committee Amendment, Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you. So, members of the body, we had some clarification come from the director of the trust fund to help us understand that. And I would just remind you that we appropriated some funds that allowed some matching funds that if the commission went out and found some donors to contribute to some of these conservation projects, that we would match it with the appropriated funds. And the mistake that was made here in this large project funds is he accounted for the funds that were being contributed, but didn't make an accounting for the state's requirement to match it. And so that's what we had to add back in the amendment. He had accounted for those non-state general funds, but hadn't accounted, which has to be in the bill, but hadn't accounted for the state funds that we appropriated to allow him to match. So that's, use Lander math, look at his cell phone number.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment? Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to House Bill 66, please raise your hand. Thank you. All those opposed, please raise your hands. Thank you. Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to House Bill 66 has passed. We're back on the bill. Back on the bill. Chairman, Representative Larson Lloyd. Nope. Okay. Chairman Hunt, Representative Hunt.
Question?
No, thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay. Thank you. So just a brief overview again, as we've been going through these for some of the new members. This bill is brought forward by one of our select committees that is, this past interim was chaired by the good former ag teacher from down by Encampment. And this is a fund, the money in this bill comes out of a fund that was created a few years ago specifically for these projects, so that they were not coming out of the general fund. I believe that if I was given a bit of the history of that in the Appropriations Committee earlier today, that fund was created by one of the good representatives from Sheridan County. But anyway, the primary bulk of this is 2 of these projects are the Dry Piney Mule Deer Crossing and also the Casey Buffalo Mule Deer Crossing, subsections A and B. And for those of you who may not be familiar with these are underpasses and in some cases overpasses that are put together along migration corridor routes usually for deer, but also for any other wildlife that may see fit to use them. The idea is that it gives these animals, more access, more leeway to crossing highways, and reduces risk both for those animals and obviously for motorists in reducing traffic accidents when it comes to hitting a deer in the middle of the night. And so the first project, and bear with me here, as far I'll jump to the. Pardon me. The first project of the Dry Piney Mule Deer Crossing, that is a full rebuild of that corridor. That's a full project. My understanding is they're going to put in new underpasses and fencing and so on and so forth. That'll be a full overhaul. And then the other project concerning that, the KC Buffalo corridor, is simply an expansion of fencing to better herd the animals into the passageways that they're hopefully intended to use. So that covers that. And then farther down, subsection E, the showed and walk-in invasive grasses. This goes to efforts to control the weeds excuse me, I had it here. For Medusa head and Bentonata species, and having come off of the Ag Committee the past couple of years, this has been a topic of discussion on that committee, and the fact that Choden and Johnson counties, and frankly an expanding area of the north central part of the state, have been somewhat overwhelmed by the invasive species that are mentioned in this bill, and they've caused a substantial amount of damage to grazing land, both for wildlife and livestock both. And so this funding, this particular appropriation goes to help combat that. And then, ladies and gentlemen, finally, there's pull it up here, the additional grant money for invasive species elimination, enhanced range for livestock use. And that, I believe, I'm not sure where that is specifically appropriated to as far as the location. But again, you're using that money to enhance rangeland for livestock grazing and for wildlife grazing. So folks, that is the bill. I would certainly stand for questions, and I apologize for being a little rough around the edges on this, as I'm a new member of TOW, but that is the bill. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Hunt. Representative Gray, and then Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I guess my question is more conceptual. I know there's a lot of projects in here and there's a lot of work that's been put into it, but I've never understood. We have this deficit. We've had it ever since I've been here, and it just keeps growing. And to me, when you have a deficit, a structural deficit, you try to do everything to triage it. And during periods when we were flush, we created a lot of these accounts for more discretionary projects. And to me, now that we're entering this period of a structural deficit, there seems to never be a conversation about using these discretionary funds for more structural deficits. And I guess a more conceptual conversation, but I just want to ask, is there ever a conversation about whether we would use funds that were set aside for probably more discretionary purposes at a period of time when our state was more flush? Is there ever a time when we would discuss possibly using them to plug a medium to long-term deficit? Or is it just that this has been set aside at some point in time in the past and it's always going to be spent for a more discretionary purpose? Anyway, that's just my question. And is that ever come up? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Wilson, and then Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just going to make a remark, but I guess my answer on that, and I'm not on these committees, but certainly using the income from set aside money to maintain Wyoming, the outdoors of Wyoming as it is, I think is valuable. But I did just want to say on behalf of those of us who are older members, for our a dear former legislator who is not in the chamber anymore, that even though this bill seems to be all about mule deer and grass, I am sure that there will be elk lying down in the grass and watching the mule deer go by. So I am on and for the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Wilson. Representative Heiner, and then it'll be Majority Floor Leader Summers, Representative Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to come out in favor of this bill. We have made a lot of efforts to protect this corridor through the state for mule deer, and it's received national attention. And so it would be a travesty to advertise this corridor and then see a killing field on the highway.
On my list, though.
Representative Henderson, I think you could mute, please. Please continue, Representative Heiner. My apologies.
Thank you. So as we advertise this migration corridor and receive all the national attention, it would be unfortunate to have a killing field of our highways there if we don't do anything to protect it. With that being said, I haven't done my homework like I should have done. I apologize for that, but in section 2, we're repealing a number of statutes, and I just wondered if I could get a cliff notes on what we're repealing there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Heiner. Majority Floor Leader Summers, and then Representative Roscoe, and then Representative Larson, then Flitner.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and on in support of the bill. And this money is basically a trust fund, the Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust Fund. It is a statutory trust fund, not a constitutional trust fund, but it's established in statute, is inviolate. And so the money spent off of that, the income off of that is then for these projects. And when we had some better times and we had a little more fluff in our budget, we could stick a little more in here. And, as for, I know the one project in my area really is along that highway between Big Piney and LaBarge. And if you've ever been in there in the fall or the spring and you've seen the carnage along the roads, it's really it's really not only on a migratory route, but it's on a winter range, a really primary winter range for that mule deer herd. And this has been ongoing. Our county's involved. There's lots of people that have put money into this project. And the great thing about the money that comes from the WWNRT is it is matched many times over by private sources, other governmental entities to do these projects. So once again, on and support. And I do not think that this is the time to raid this trust fund to prop things up. And I'll tell you why, frankly. Much of what we look at in the budget on appropriations is ongoing expenses. And you could raid one time a fund like this and maybe do something, but it doesn't solve your ongoing expense of government. And so you either have to cut that ongoing or you have to provide revenue. And so one-time raids on trust funds for wildlife, and in my opinion, are not the way to solve our budget problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Roscoe, and then Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Majority Floor Leader just covered exactly what I was going to say, but part of the reason that these projects are coming up now is that the huge success of the previous ones. And that's about it. And I do know that the funding is matched by private funding a lot in the area, and it's a very supported effort. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Larson, then Flitner, then Hunt, then Haroldson.
Mr. Speaker, I have to apologize. I didn't mean to have my hand raised.
My apologies. And I was actually, there's two Larsons, and I apologize. I was looking at Representative Larson Lloyd. And so thank you. Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I could have swore you was looking at the other one, but thank you anyway. If I may, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to address the repealer part of that. And so if you look at this bill, each year that we do the large projects, each one of these projects are put into statute. When these respective projects are completed, they're repealed in the following year. So all of these are projects that have been completed. And Mr. Chairman, I think the argument that we've heard is fair on why and how we spend these monies. And I remember the first couple of years, I think I was put on that committee because I was such a cranky old guy about conservation easements and a lot of those things. And I still have some issues with conservation easements. But I will tell you that the reason this fund was set up to begin with is because we identified issues throughout the state that needed remediation that cost an enormous amount of general fund dollars. And so when we had money that we could set aside, we're addressing things that would cost us general fund dollars otherwise, which we don't have. And so we're able to continue to address these issues throughout the state that are an important thing to the state because we have some revenues generated through the investment. To delete or dispose of this statutory fund, I think would only have a negative impact on our fiscal situation. I really do. And I would also share with the committee or to the House members, after serving on this committee and looking at the number of reviews that each one of these projects goes through and the number of projects that are rejected and the effort that they go through to get to leverage these funds, I think it's some of the wisest investment that we have in our legislative process. It's fun to be part of it, and I would encourage an aye vote.
Thank you very much. Chairman Flitner, the question you were going to respond to must have been answered, so I'll go on. And Representative Hunt's hand went down, so I'll move on. And now I see Representative Haroldson, Western, and then Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just wanted to also address that as we were talking to the director of this department, they mentioned that they felt this would probably be the last year having this conversation because they're finishing up their projects. And I was going to address those. Sorry, let me get over to it. Just those repealed, again, we had that addressed, but the repealed sections are the ones that are completed, and they said that we were very close to having all the projects done. So I feel that it's a great opportunity for us to move forward and finish up a project that's been going on for a number of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Haroldson, Representative Western, and then Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you're on, Western. Yeah, thank you. The question or concerns that were expressed by the good gentleman from the center of the state. And I think those are fair questions and fair concerns to raise. And quite frankly, I share them. However, I think if you kind of look at the process, a lot of this is money that's already been prior appropriated. A lot of this is private funds. And this is not stuff that's coming directly out of the general fund. That was the entire point of the Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resources Trust, is something that was set up a decade and a half ago or more for the benefit of managing wildlife and wildlife habitat. And that's exactly what this is for. And so they asked about that conversation, and well, there were opportunities to have that conversation, and they're ongoing. There are opportunities at every single TRW committee meeting. And we're having that conversation now, and there will continue to be conversations about this topic, and specifically this bill, of course, until it makes it all the way to the governor's desk. So I think there has been ample opportunities, and there will continue to be, to have that robust discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Western. Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, just a little more kind of conversation on this. I think, I was on TRW back, I think it was 2005 when we set this up, Governor Freudenthal, and the goal was always 200 million in the endowment. And then you think that would kick off, at a 4% plus return, a little over 8 million a year, 16 million a biennium. Well, we didn't get 200 million in it. I think we put 100 in it. It's got 109 million in it now. And so I just pulled up that budget, and it looks like they took a little trim on it. So it's kicking off a little over 8 million
a biennium, the 109 million. So I think we put like 3 million SIP into it. So it's got 11 million of what you'll see in the budget is 11.8 of other funds. So we added 3 million SIP, which are really kind of general fund type monies. And then we added another 11 million in general fund. So we had 22.8 million in it. And I mean, if we were doing a 200 million endowment, you know, that number would be about 16 million. And we've been at 22 million. And I think it goes back to the good representative from Casper. At some point, and maybe it's as simple as we take a little LSRA money, we take 90 million and move it from savings for % today in the bank or less, and put it in this endowment where it'll draw 4, 5, 6%, and then be done with it. And we can decouple another general fund expense. But right now we've got, you know, well, we started with 14 million this biennium. We've trimmed it back now some. So maybe that's the way forward. I mean, this LSRA thing refuels itself too. I mean, it's kicking off the Permanent Mill Trust Fund, but just so folks know, this is not all coming from an endowment. And I've supported it. I think it's good. I think all those things, but I think with all the pressures on our general fund, we got to start looking for ways to kind of offload some of this stuff. So, but anyway, a little more background on that. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman Harshman. Now, members, just so we're equal opportunity today, I'm going to remind the longest serving member of the House of Representatives, and we're not to mention people by names, even former chief executives of the state of Wyoming. So thank you, Chairman Harshman. All right. We're equal opportunity here. I'll forget sometime and somebody will get to do it, remind me as well. So members, we are discussing on House Bill 66. Is there further discussion on House Bill 66? Further discussion? Seeing none. Oh, Representative Fortner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to agree with the fine representative from Casper. I think we've approached the time that we really need to be looking at needs instead of wants. I know highway safety is a must, and I'm a weed sprayer. I'm for controlling the weeds, but I think our priorities has to come full circle, and we have to start looking more at what we really need versus wants. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fortner. I heard somebody call out to me, so I'm going to go with Representative Larson, and then if somebody else wanted my attention, let me know. Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think the pushback on the good legislator from up in coal country was that these are needs, and to protect the integrity of Wyoming landscape and environment and things of this nature aren't just wants. They're needs that have protected us in a lot of ways. And so I think the point that was brought up is really accurate, that we really have to plan for our needs and not our wants. And I think that the investment in from this trust fund indeed addresses some of that.
Thank you very much, Representative Gray, and then Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Really quick, I think the word that I would use to describe these, is discretionary. And I'm not saying in any way, and I wanted to clarify and appreciate the conversation. No way saying unimportant. That's not the correct word, but I think we can agree that they are discretionary. It's different from plugging the school foundation program account and backfilling that is not discretionary. But this I would put in that category, and I think that's the word to use that is appropriate, and I think they are discretionary. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gray. Representative Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think respectfully that to the previous speaker, one person's discretionary is another person's necessity. And, I think that you could speak to that point to any and all appropriations, regardless of what they are. But to the issue of prioritizing, and we're in a budget crunch and so on and so forth, and that these are wants and not needs. I mean, to the point just alone of weed spraying. And I go back again to a fact that I mentioned when I was presenting this, that the Ag Committee a couple years ago met up in Sheridan, and we went and toured the damage being done up there by these invasive species. This is this is a necessity. These invasive species are causing bona fide, tangible, serious economic damage to the communities and counties that they affect, and it's an issue that continues to grow geographically. And so, while you certainly is true that the war on weeds and pests will never truly be won, in this particular case, this is causing serious economic hardship. It's destroying grazing land for livestock and for wildlife, which, as far as wildlife is concerned, eventually starts cutting into tourism dollars when you're hunters coming in, whether it's from in-state or out-of-state, are no longer able to hunt because the habitat's been destroyed. And as far as the migration corridor projects, quite honestly, when I first was introduced to the concept, I thought that they were a bit spendy as well. But having learned more about them, going back to it, I mean, the economic costs of the number of vehicles that are hit every year by deer, elk, whatever might be crossing the road, it's substantial. And not to mention the potential loss of life that these accidents cause. So, I again, it's everybody's point of view as to what is discretionary, what is necessary. But I think that there's a lot of solid, logical reasons as to why this is necessary, and as to why, again, this is coming out of its own trust fund. We're not draining any other account. This is what it is there for. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Provenza, then Harshman, then Majority Floor Leader Summers. Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what's important here too to consider is that this is just going to get more and more expensive if we keep pushing this down the road. If we do this now, and we can save over hundreds of crashes in these areas. I know the Casey Buffalo stretch is one of the has some of the highest, deadliest per mile stretches for mule deer. And when we're looking at over 6,000 crashes in the state of Wyoming every year, the people of Wyoming are spending tens of millions of dollars. So I think that it is prudent for us in terms of, taking care of the wildlife that we have, the public lands, in addition to our sportsmen and women and the people that drive our roads. So I would ask that we move forward with this because we can, if we keep kicking the can down the road, it's just going to cost us more money and more lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Harshman, Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate all the great debate. And I think this really, is part of that conversation that we're going to have in Wyoming. And what do we really want in our state? And it should be a good conversation, should be a friendly conversation. It's probably going to take years and it probably never ends, frankly. But I think, you just heard us talk about water projects. That's under the cap on severance tax, no cuts to water, 17 million in new water projects. Nobody can question it. Corrections, we had talk, well, how's that going to impact that community? Are there going to be job losses? And now this program, over half of it's general fund. It's not all funded from a trust fund. Over half of it's general fund. I'm going to vote for this bill. I'm going to bring in a budget amendment to try to fully fund this trust fund when we get into the budget session in March when we get the budget bill out. But I think, you know, again, I appreciate this, but we're going to have a lot of these talks because it's not even just the mule deer. It's the men and women who are building those overpasses and underpasses and working men and women of Wyoming. And there's a lot to this because every budget, then every vote you take on these involves people. And I think the representative from House District 4 said it, you know, your discretionary might be more than discretionary to someone else. And so these are really good conversations. And I think there's a solution to every one of these problems. And we just got to keep working on it and keep this friendly conversation going. And so with that, I am going to support the bill, but I'm going to try to fully fund this trust fund later in March. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman Harshman. And just so folks note, the chief clerk has sent around a updated list with the members and the correct House district numbers. So we can, there's a little bit of a switch in a couple of them. Continuing on, I have Majority Floor Leader Summers and then Chairman Eklund, Representative Summers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And I just wanted to let you know that Representative Worf had his hand up several times and maybe he was on another screen. He couldn't figure, I don't think he had his yellow hand available. So I will ask to speak later, but just I wanted you to know he was trying to get in. Thanks.
And my sincerest apologies, Representative Worf. If you'd like to speak now, we'll certainly take your comments.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that. And I appreciate the help from the good senator or the good representative from the center of the state. But in a prior life, I played a pretty significant role in the development of the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust. It's probably what I consider the crown jewel of my efforts in the state. And I do think it's absolutely critical and essential that we have discussions about how the state is allocating its resources. But one of the things that I haven't heard mentioned is the return on the investment that we've gotten from this trust. And I remember when it first started, I mean, it was just phenomenal. For a government program to get the type of returns we were getting on the investments was just phenomenal. It doesn't lessen the fact that we as legislators need to look hard at how we allocate state resources, but we can't lose sight of the return on the investment. And I do know it's been talked about, so I'm not going to mention all the other things that have been said, but I do believe that the trust fund and the board that's been set up, they go through a very public process where they vet all these projects. They're weeded out. The best of the best is what we see. And, you know, I would urge the support of this project or this bill. And I would gladly share my support for fully funding this program. That was the intent. And obviously, that never happened because the state had other priorities. But if you do want to get it off the dependency of the general fund, that is the way to do it, is to fully fund it, be done with it, be one and done. And I'd be all over that. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I do think the amount of time and sweat that's put into this really warrants our support, our continued support. But I think it's great that we look at it and we do a gut check every time we spend state dollars. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll be quiet and turn the time back to you.
Thank you, Representative Worf. Again, my apologies for not getting you called on in a more appropriate timeline. Chairman Eklund.
Mr. Speaker, so I'm a little bit, maybe a little bit lost on the funding part of this, because when I look at the fiscal note, it appears to me that the money being used is all proceeds out of the trust fund, the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund. it's been alluded to that part of it's coming out of the other general funds. I guess I'd like a little bit of help on that, clarification on it, because I don't really understand it looking at this fiscal note. If I'm correct, and it's all proceeds out of the Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust Fund, we can't use it in other ways other than this anyway. But correct me if I'm wrong or help me out.
Thank you. I'll go with Chairman Harshman and then Majority Floor Leader Summers and then Representative Larson. I just saw your hand, Annie, also.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And really, I'm just looking, on SharePoint. The public can see it. Everybody is. It's agency number 39, Wildlife Natural Resources Trust. I'm just looking on page 3 on their budget table. And when you look at that 11 point and read into that 11.8 million and other funds, about 3 of that is SIPA. So, 8 plus of that is the return. And then off the trust fund, I think trust fund's 109 million. And then you can see the reduction. It was 11 million for the biennium. These are biennial numbers, Mr. Speaker. And it's been reduced by, looks like maybe 1.1 million or more, a little bit more than that actually. So about 12.5 million is kind of general funded. And so that's where I'm getting off the agency budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I have Representative Summers and then Representative Larson Lloyd and then Representative Larson Dan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And just to go off the good representative from the center of the state, he's correct. In this budget that was created last year, we put some money into the income account and we put some into the corpus. I don't remember the exact dollars, but I believe the good representative has looked up the budget so you can see it. And then and I do know that during this budget markup, that the part of the governor's reductions was a portion of what we put in there. And so that is all correct on that part. I want to go back and just briefly talk about what's discretionary. If you think about it, really in state government, what's mandatory, what's discretionary? Well, mandatories are constitutional obligations of education in the courts, and you might find something else in that bucket too, but not too many things. And so most of the things that we fund are discretionary. That doesn't mean they're not essential. And even as I think of this, well, surely, why is a wildlife project essential? And it's probably not as essential as, providing money for a developmentally disabled child, but it is also essential in retaining the character of this state and what we are about as Wyomingites. And so on in support of the bill.
Thank you. Further discussion, I had Representative Larson Lloyd.
Mr. Chairman, in going back for just a little more to answer the good chairman of Agriculture's questions. So they do indeed do a limited number of projects or do a number of projects off the income of the corpus. However, to the good former speaker's point, last year we had a number of appropriations into the corpus and then also into the income account, which the good majority floor leader referred to, that allowed them to spend on those. And that's some of that you've seen this year. We had the big guy from up around Bighorn had an appropriation that we passed last year for $3 million that went into matching funds for these corridor overpasses, and you're seeing that reflection. Those were general fund dollars. In some of the other income, the $1.1 million that you see being that the former speaker referred to as the step 2 or the reductions for the governor's budget measures this year. So this last buy-in, I mean, the 2020, the last budget bill, we did invest a significant amount of general funds into conservation projects, and a large number of them were leveraged for matching funds to a larger degree, and that's what you're seeing in this bill.
Thank you. Representative Larson. Dan, did you want to speak?
Mr. Speaker, I keep trying to push my raise my hand button and try to figure it out. I'm sorry again.
No worries. Go ahead. Please proceed. Oh, you did not want to speak. My apologies. My apologies. Further discussion. Members, we're on. Sorry, sometimes I lose track of my list. Further discussion on House Bill 66 as amended. Further discussion.
Question.
Seeing none. All those in favor of Chairman Flitner's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 66 as amended do pass, please raise your hands. Thank you. All those opposed, please raise your hands. Thank you. House Bill 66 has passed committee of the whole. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the committee of the whole rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. Anyone dare to be opposed? Thank you. Chief Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole, having had under consideration bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. House Bill 45, do pass, amended. House Bill 9, do pass, amended. House Bill 44, do pass, amended. And House Bill 66, do pass, amended. Representative Barlow, Chairman.
Members, you've heard the reading of the Committee of the Whole report, actually two of them now. I move the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. You've heard that motion. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. All those opposed, please raise your hands. Thank you. The motion carries. The Committee of the Whole report has been adopted. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
I've got to get my right speech here. So, before I do this, Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank the body today. I thought we had some really good discussions. We kind of forgot about personal names, but we had some good discussions, good debate. We kept it all above board. I just thought we did a really good job for our first day, and I thought our new people really brought a lot to the table and did a wonderful job. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would move that the House adjourn until 9 a.m. tomorrow, the 28th of January, 2021. If that's the right date, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. Members, at this time, there's often, committee announcements for committees that are going to be meeting tomorrow. That's a requirement that those announcements be made on the floor. So at this time, are there any committee announcements? I didn't see who was doing it, but maybe it was Chairman Nicholas.
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your House Appropriations will meet on adjournment or about 2 minutes afterwards and continue the re-referrals for House Bill 2, 18, 17, and 29. And so the folks that are going to, from the various committees who are going to present the budget to us on those bills, please be available. It shouldn't take us too long to run through them, but thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Nicholas. So members, we're going to continue to work those bills so that We hope to have another committee of the whole tomorrow and move more bills through our process. I have a committee announcement as well. The Rules Committee, House Rules Committee will meet tomorrow, the 28th, upon adjournment for consideration of any rule suggestions. As I sent out a reminder yesterday, we'd like to have those rule suggestions for the House rules and for the joint rules, if you want to bring them for consideration, drafted up by LSO so that they can be available to both the public and to all the members. So tomorrow, upon adjournment, House Rules Committee. Any further business, Mr. Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I just kind of wanted to give the first 4 bills on Committee of the Whole, if we so choose to do that tomorrow. And that would be House Bill 35, House Bill 4, House Bill 25, House Bill 53, always subject to change and depending on what comes out of appropriations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. So members, tomorrow, first, we'll do some reports from the Senate. We'll do some things tomorrow early, procedural things, and then we'll proceed with second reading. So all the bills that we covered today for the new members will be on second reading tomorrow. And basically, the only thing that we could do on second reading is take amendments. So if there's no amendment on a bill, it'll just be basically passed through to third reading. But if there is an amendment, then we'll address just the amendment, not the entirety of the bill, the amendment, and then move on from there. So with that, you've heard the Majority Floor Leader's motion that the House adjourn until 9 a.m. the 28th, be the third legislative day of our session. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. The House is adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow, the 28th. Well done, members.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great job, Speaker.